Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this meeting, this workshop today pursuant to Section 54956 of the California Government Code. A special joint meeting for a workshop of the City Council and the Planning Commission is hereby called for 5 p.m. on Wednesday, June 1st, 2022. Immediately following the staff presentation and council commission questions, public comment will be taken. And tonight, if we could get a city council roll call, Margaret.
Member Mendoza.
Here, sir.
Councilmember Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rary.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. Okay, all are present. Now a planning commission roll call, please.
I'm just promoting Commissioner Cross. Let's see, Commissioner Cross.
Present.
Commissioner Dolter.
Here.
Commissioner Roberts.
Here.
Commissioner Sparling.
Here.
Commissioner Ziegler.
Here.
Okay, it appears that all are present. We certainly have a quorum here today. We'll move on to item 2, an update of the discussion of the 6th cycle housing element update, regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA, cites strategies and implications of new state legislation on the city's policies and programs. And Jennifer Hagan is going to present on this item. Jennifer.
Let's see. Let me get the screen share up here. Okay. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council, as well as the Planning Commission. Again, tonight we are trying to engage as many members of our community as possible. So staff has enabled the language interpretation feature on Zoom. This allows staff to designate a Spanish language interpreter that will use their own audio channel. Attendees can select an audio channel to hear the translated audio into English or Spanish, as well as the option to mute the original audio instead of hearing it in a lower volume with their chosen language. Instructions in both English and Spanish is provided here on the screen. The interpretation icon is located at the bottom of your Zoom panel on your Zoom window. And when you click on the interpretation icon, it will give you the option to click off English or Spanish. Staff does encourage all attendees to include or to click on either English or Spanish as part of the presentation tonight. For attendees, there are 2 options depending on how you join the meeting. For desktop users, you'll need to click interpretation, then select language, and then mute original audio to only hear the Spanish translation. Smartphone users need to tap more and then language interpretation, and then select language and then toggle to the mute original audio to only hear Spanish translation. For those wishing to hear the presentation in Spanish, please choose Spanish now. For tonight's presentation, staff will be presenting an update and discussion on the housing element update, including the site strategies that staff is using to account for our RHNA, which is our regional housing needs allocation, as well as some implications of the new state legislation on the city's policies and programs. Staff has been working with our housing element consultant, Kimley Horn, on the agenda report and presentation. And for tonight's presentation, staff is going to hand it off to Inez Galmiche from Kimley Horn to give the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, good evening, everyone. So as Jennifer mentioned, we will be giving you an update on where we are at in the update process, as well as some much anticipated information on how the city will be addressing its reallocation. So as you see here on the screen, we have our agenda for tonight. We'll be going over a quick background, community engagement efforts to date, and then we'll be diving into the candidate site strategies and policy and program considerations. And then we'll conclude with information on the ongoing community survey that we have and our next steps. All right, so some background on the housing element. As you all may know, it's a required chapter of the Brentwood General Plan, which identifies existing and future housing needs for all segments of the community. And it does so by establishing goals, policies, programs, and quantified objectives to guide housing development over the next 8 years. The housing element is the only chapter of the general plan which is required to be certified by the Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, to be compliant with all state laws. There are multiple sections to the housing element. The first and the base of the document is the population and housing stock profile, which takes a look at potential needs within the community. There is an analysis of housing constraints and resources. Constraints include both non-governmental constraints such as the cost of land and development costs, as well as governmental constraints, potential governmental constraints such as development fees and review processes. And resources may include financial funding opportunities. The housing element also includes an evaluation of current adopted programs and policies. We take a look at the 5th cycle programs and policies, identify which ones have been successful or which ones have been completed. The successful ones will move on to the 6th cycle if deemed necessary. And then we identify ones that may be in need to stop at the 5th cycle. We also do an analysis of potential sites to accommodate the regional housing needs allocation, which we'll be going over in a few slides. And then we also identify new policies, programs, and objectives to be able to meet the RHNA as well as meet updates to state laws, as we'll discuss this evening. All right, so since we have started the housing element update process, we've had a number of different community engagement events. We had the Joint Planning Commission and City Council workshop back in April. And then tonight we have our, excuse the typo, Joint Planning Commission and City Council meeting going on tonight. And then we also are having a online survey, which is ongoing through June 10th. We've gathered so far 477 responses from the community, which is a very good achievement so far. And we've outreached the community via flyers around town, email blasts to people who have noted they would like to be updated on the process and notified when there are opportunities for engagement, as well as a water bill notice of the survey, and then website updates as we have events that are scheduled. So to dive into our candidate site strategies, the housing element is required to identify specific sites, specific parcels that are able to accommodate the RHNA allocation for the 6th cycle. And these sites are identified based on existing resources, transportation, and facilities throughout the community. And so what we've identified so far is projected development of ADU units. So the state has permitted or allowed a particular methodology to estimate how many ADUs will develop over the next 8 years. And so we've used that. We'll also be using existing vacant residentially zoned properties. We'll have specific plan capacity and projects that are currently in the pipeline, so that are currently being reviewed or that have been approved by the city. So here you see a more detailed breakdown. So you have on the first row, the RHNA allocation, which shows a total of 1,552 units that the city must plan for with different income levels. With our 4 categories, the first you see the projects currently in the pipeline. So with these, we're able to accommodate all of the above moderate income RENA need. Then we move into the PA1 or Innovation Center specific plan capacity. And so here we're able to accommodate an estimated 1,951 total units. Through this methodology, through this strategy, we're able to accommodate the rest of the moderate income RENA allocation, but not completely the lower income. So to be able to address that, we've identified land throughout the community that is vacant and residentially zoned. So we won't have to do any rezoning, which is able to accommodate the remaining lower income need. And so through that vacant residential land, we're able to accommodate just over 1,000 units. And then through the state's permitted methodology for projected ADUs, we're able to anticipate about 135 ADUs to develop over the next 8 years, 80 of which are estimated to be for lower income. This gives us a total of 4,636 potential total units over the next 8 years, including a buffer, which is important for us to include as it allows for the city to avoid a no net loss situation, where if a site which has been identified develops at with less units that were anticipated, or at an affordability level that is different than what we had anticipated, the buffer allows for some flexibility within those changes. So as it stands, this is still in draft form. We may have some revisions to it, but as it stands, we are not looking at conducting any rezoning. So policies and program considerations. The state has adopted a number of new housing laws that have to be addressed this 6th cycle. And so, as I had mentioned, we look at all of the programs that are currently in the 5th cycle and see which ones already address those new state laws and which ones have to be updated or which new programs need to be included to meet state requirements. And so overall, the housing element identifies these 4 goals, which are to provide a diversity of housing opportunities, provide housing that is affordable to all socioeconomic segments of the community, achieve and maintain an equitable distribution of housing for all economic groups throughout the community, and then lastly, provide equal housing opportunities for all residents of Brentwood. And so in this slide and the following slide, we have a number of different policy program topics that we'll need to address in the what we call Section 4 housing plan through our programs and policies to meet state requirements. And so the first you see listed here is addressing accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and junior ADUs. That development will also look at objective development standards. We have SB 35 streamlining, which applies to city, which may not be meeting all of their RENA allocation especially for lower and moderate income units. We also look at zoning and development requirements for emergency shelters, transitional and supportive housing, and lower barrier navigation centers. And then lastly, we look at accessibility for housing for persons with developmental disabilities. And then moving on, we have farm worker and employee housing updates to requirements here as it relates to zoning. We look at funding and rental assistance programs, preserving and monitoring currently affordable units, which may be at risk of converting to market rates over the next 10 years, as well as mobile home park preservation, housing choice vouchers, updates to density bonus laws and how the city allows for density bonuses in their proposed projects, as well as removing development constraints and ensuring that those are being reviewed throughout the next 8 years to avoid creating potential constraints to housing development. And then lastly, fair housing, which has been an important topic with this 6th cycle update. We're looking at different analysis and programs to respond to potential findings as it relates to fair housing and access to opportunities and resources within the community in relation with the location of housing. And then here we have an example of one of the policy programs from the 5th cycle that will be ongoing into the 6th cycle. This is Action H1F, Housing Conditions Survey. And this program is to maintain a current housing condition survey of a representative sample of all housing units within the city. This survey should include the number of units in need of rehabilitation or replacements. HCD has been asking for specification on timing and actions to occur for each program and actions over the next 8 years. And so we include a separate objective section, which states exactly what the city will do for this action. And then in the box, you see timing, so how that objective will be implemented, as well as who is the responsible agency and the funding source for that program. And so I had mentioned that we have an ongoing survey at the moment. We are collecting responses through June 10th. The survey is available on our project website, as well as the link here on your screen, and it's available in English and Spanish. As I mentioned, we have received a total of 477 total responses as of today. We can still collect more, and then we will be doing an analysis of those results once the survey has been completed. As part of the survey, we've also been collecting contact information for people who would like to stay involved and have included them in our communication mailing list. And so then next steps. So the city is currently reviewing the first draft of the full housing elements. And then we'll be preparing the public review draft housing elements, which will, once ready, be available for the community for 30 days for review and feedback. We will take in that feedback, make edits, and include all of the comments and input received in the document, and prepare the document to submit to HCD for a first review. They'll have 90 days to review the documents, at which point we'll then receive a letter, make edits, and then resubmit the housing elements to them for another review. And so that concludes our presentation tonight. I and my colleague Dave Barquist are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Rary.
I've got a question regarding what you say are available units in PA1. You know, what you've listed for very low, and moderate. The total of those in PA1 is 78% would fit into that amount out of the 1,951 units available there. And we've only got currently 10% affordable housing. So you're looking at what, 195 units that can be done within there, as well as if you go to 13%, which I believe is what we settled on last time, you're still only looking at 253 units for those 3 levels. And so where are you coming up with these numbers? And if we're at a net zero type of thing, and you're saying that those available units are in there, we're going to have to shove, let's say all of that develops, we're going to have to shove those all onto another land somewhere. So it just confuses me completely on how you can put those numbers there knowing that we're destined to fail.
So the way we've looked at this and come up with these numbers is through zoning. So we've looked at zoning that had a minimum of 30 dwelling units an acre, and then included a midpoint for our estimation. So we're not anticipating full development as the document, the plan for the Innovation Center has available. We've used a midpoint density and used what was over 30 dwelling units an acre as an estimation.
Well, you may have thrown those numbers in there, but it doesn't pencil out for what is required on our affordable housing ordinance. And again, you're setting us up to fail by putting these numbers in there. Because net zero, we're going to have to throw them somewhere else as soon as that develops. And I'd rather have you really look at the zoning and determine what can go where rather than shoving it all onto PA1, because it's just not doable at all. So that's my first huge red flag in these numbers that you've given us. The next thing I have is on page 7 of our agenda, you've got a low barrier navigation center, and it's a by right. Are we able to put that into the parcel that we currently have along Empire Avenue that is for the homeless shelter, or is this by right on all parcels?
So the way we are looking at it right now is we're not looking to identify one particular parcel for it. We're just looking at the potential based on the city's zoning.
Okay.
So there may be a few where it would be able to fall into, but we don't need to identify a particular parcel.
Well, we currently have a homeless shelter by right over on that parcel that I was speaking of, and that I think was probably done at the last housing element, because it's been quite a few years since that happened. And looking at this, that by right really scares me, because somebody may come in and say, well, it's by right, so we can by right put it anywhere in our city. The next thing is, where was the other one? The farmhouse and employee housing. That also has a by right. And so they can do by right a maximum of the numbers that are listed there for single family and for ag land, or they can do by right that amount in every parcel in our city.
That is correct. That's how we understand the requirements per California Health and Safety Code.
I asked 2 different questions there. I asked, is it by right for every development that they can put that in there, or is it by right for specific ones and that's the maximum amount that can go in there? Or can every single parcel in our city have, I forget what it was, I think 20, I think was in single family, and I forget what the other amount was for in ag land area.
It's for all zones that allow single-family homes. So if it's a residential zone, that we would need to allow farm worker and employee housing, and then in agricultural zones as well. So it's not all zones within the city, it's just residentially zoned parcels.
But that's every single one in our city is now a by right for agricultural or for farm worker and employee housing. I thought it was just farm worker, but you had listed up there and employee housing. So is that employee housing for, let's say, teachers? Or is it all specifically farm worker?
It's employee and farm worker housing consistent with the California health safety codes as stated in the agenda report. So it is, it's per those state definitions. So it's not single family homes. It would be, an example would be similar to a group living home that currently by law are allowed 6 fewer beds in a single family home. Something similar to that would allow farm work and employee housing would need to be provided per the California health and safety codes.
Okay, and so, as I said, it's farm worker and employee. So what is the employee part of that?
Employees of agricultural production.
Okay,
For
so
the health and safety code. Yeah, there's a definition in the California health and safety code. I'd have to pull up the exact code to find the exact definition.
and that was it in our agenda. It gave the code.
Yeah.
It didn't give us a link to the code, and that happened quite a few times in this. So we would have to go search for that within the California health and safety code. So next time, if you can actually provide us with links to the codes that you're mentioning so that we have a better understanding of what these are saying, that would be very helpful.
I think our city attorney, if not our city attorney, but helping our city attorney, Barbara Katz, I think she might be able to help as well on this item if she can answer.
Hi, in terms of the employee housing, as Jennifer said, it's in single family areas and residential areas, employee housing up to 6 people, like the residential care facilities. And in agricultural areas, each parcel could have up to 12 units or 36 beds. However, all the employee housing has to be licensed by the state. So it's not as though, so it's considered to be employee housing if it's licensed by the state. That's really what the distinction is that makes it employee housing. And it can be any kind of employees, although most typically it's farm workers. I'm not actually aware of any, I mean, there's teacher housing that a school district might construct or housing for public employees under different statutes. But under this statute, with the licensing, typically, most typically, it's agricultural workers. But because they need to be licensed and there's quite a bit of responsibility, it's not very common.
Yeah, and the moment it was mentioned that this is similar to the residential housing that's by right, state licensed residential housing, that made more sense there than, you know, because I'm quite aware of what that is. But again, our residents, as well as some of the council members might need, and I including myself, need that link so that at least if we want to look it up, we can without spending the afternoon searching for all these codes. So that would be extremely helpful going forward. But again, that first part about what you've designated as affordable housing is a huge red flag, and I'll put my hand down at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, can we go to slide 11 real quick? And that's back to the analysis of the sites. I'm a little concerned. I know we need a buffer, but I'm not sure why we're coming in with such a big buffer. Because whatever we end up now, we're going to be held accountable for. And we know that AG Bonta is developing a task force to come after cities that are not meeting the arena number. So that's my first red flag is I would not want to come in at 4636. I would like to know what buffers they're requiring right now of the Southern California housing elements that have been now accepted. So whatever our lowest buffer is, that's the number I would like to work towards, because that's going to be our starting point, and that's what the AG is going to be holding us accountable for. And if we're not meeting that number, his vision is that they could ultimately come in and take over our planning if we're not hitting that number. And like Councilmember Rary said, some of these are going to be pretty difficult to meet, in my opinion. So that's the first thing. So is that something that we can do, is figure that out?
We can certainly take another look at this.
Okay. Projects, these projects, I'm assuming that you have sites identified for every single one of these?
Correct.
Where can I see the sites for this? And the reason I say that is because our residents are pretty vocal about what's going in. So if we could see the sites and start identifying like where we might have some issues. I mean, we just had a lot of emails come in through on a development that I'm not sure if it's going to happen or not, but they're pretty vocal. And if we could identify the sites as soon as possible, sorry, that would be great. So do we have that available today?
We have a draft that we're currently going through. It has not been finalized, but the housing element public review draft will have a complete map and an Excel sheet, site by site, APN number for all sites identified within the housing element as identified sites. For the vacant residential land use, none of these sites we are estimating capacities higher than what is currently allowed. We're not estimating capacities using any type of density bonus. We're going off of midpoint and base densities for all of our assumptions here for our vacant residential land. But yes, that is something that will be available. Right now, we have it internally in draft form, but because it does include a very, very, very large list of sites, it has not been completely vetted and completely gone through.
Okay, I think that's going to be important, especially for us on the council to go through those sites, especially for there's 4 of us, we could review the 4 districts and then review them with the mayor if he would like, but I think that should probably be a homework for each of the council people. We could divide and conquer that, and the planning commissioners, if they'd like to participate, I think that's going to be really important to be able to answer to our constituents why we are signing off on these sites or not signing off on these sites. And again, I don't want to go in with 4636 at all. So I don't know how the rest of the council feels about it, but I'm not comfortable with that number. If our number is 1552, let's figure out what the buffer is. That's the maximum number. I don't want to show HCD any more capacity than that, because then your next cycle, they're going to want more. Like every single cycle, they're going to want more. And their vision is that cities actually start tearing stuff up and building it up. So on that, and the audit doesn't come into play anywhere here yet. No one, do we talk to I'm not me, but you guys are the ones that talk to HCD. How are those conversations going when it comes to the audit, and how are they feeling about the potential of the lawsuits that are going forward with this?
I can speak to that. The HCD is not giving any indication of their opinion on that at this time.
Okay. Have you seen any retaliation for cities? I think right now it's just charter cities. I think the packet's being put together for our general cities. Have you seen any retaliation against any cities that have filed a lawsuit?
We haven't, not that's known.
Okay, if you hear of anything because I've heard that maybe numbers have changed on some cities, But if you hear of anything, I think that would help general cities with our lawsuits if we're seeing retaliation to charter cities. And you guys are closer to it than I am. But I think there's things that we have to do legally, like, all of the things that you mentioned, the farm workers, the funding, all of that good stuff. But anywhere we can be super tight. I know Councilman Rary mentioned the by right. Anywhere where we could be super tight and not put by right everywhere would be great. The more that we can control our zoning and what gets built would be fantastic. But I think for me right now, what I really want to look at is the maximum number we have to go to and the inventory of sites. But thank you for all of your work on this.
Commissioner Ziegler.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. My comments are a little bit similar to Councilman Rary's. I was looking at the 498 units in PA1, and I guess I could say the same when I think about we're looking at projected ADU production. It's my understanding that if I have a large enough lot here in my house where I live, I could put an ADU on there. Don't I control my own rent? So my question is, how can you put 80 units under ADU production? Are the rules in place that says we can limit the rents for that particular ADU? I don't believe there are, since it's on my property. So again, it kind of goes back to what Councilman Rary was saying. In PA1, we're going to, out of all the potential housing units that are available in PA1, a significant number are going to be very low and low income. That's going to take a very, very, very specific builder to want to take on a project like that. So I'm just curious. Again, I don't want to beat a dead horse for what she said on PA1, but I guess I'll align my question more on the ADU production is, how can we put 80 homes in there and just classify them under ADUs if we can't control the rents?
Yeah, so the PA1 Innovation Center, like you said, it's a little bit more complicated than some of our assumptions, but the ADU assumptions are actually pretty simple. HCD has given the preliminary go-ahead on a study and report that was prepared by ABAG, our local COG, that did just a general analysis of what ADU rents are. These are non-deed restricted rents. So for example, a home that has an au pair or nanny living in the ADU who potentially doesn't, have a rent, but it's included in part of their operations would be a very low income category. And so as part of the HCD accepted safe harbor assumptions, they have given the preliminary go-ahead to allow ABAG jurisdictions to indicate that there are a certain percentage to lower income housing, moderate and above moderate income. These do not have to be deed restrictions, and they're safe harbor assumptions. If we want to go above and beyond what the safe harbor ABAG report has indicated, then they may have to be deed restricted. But the assumptions that we are showing here are going off of ABAG's preliminary report that has had the preliminary sign off by HCD.
So, what devil's advocate, okay, I can relate and understand that. So they're basing this number on assuming that 80 units are going to be for au pairs and someone of that nature, in a sense, when we know that the majority of people that want to put in ADUs want to rent it out and charge significantly more than they're going to charge their au pair. So it's just, I know these are just numbers, but it just seems we're putting numbers in the slots to satisfy things, but are they truly realistic? So that's all my comments right now. Councilman Rary kind of hit it, because I was going to ask the same thing about vacant land and similar. Where are the vacant land units? I know of one or two units that we talked about in planning over the last couple of years, but I'm just curious where those are. So I'll stop with my questions. Thank you.
Barbara, did you have maybe any more on the safe harbor assumptions that you wanted to add?
Sorry, I had just wanted to respond to the comment actually made about by right zoning. Because your zoning is already in place, none of the zoning needs to be by right. You're not, it does not appear that you need to do any rezoning to accommodate your arena. And as a consequence, you're not required to use by right zoning, except for any sites that you may want to reuse from past housing elements. So that would really be the issue for by right. And I don't know if that analysis has been done yet.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you. So yeah, I was listening, reading and looking at this 4636, and it is of a concern because, as earlier Councilwoman mentioned, we're getting set up to fail. There's absolutely no way without a whole lot of unhappy folks that are already here and have been here, that we can even reach that number calmly. And so my question, because it is an issue, you're going to revisit this chart. And after you revisit the chart and numbers hopefully will change, my question is, will we have an opportunity, the collective, to take a look at this chart again? Because I see how you've got things scheduled. I'm not sure if you're scheduled to have all this rolled up and completed by a certain date, but it would go well with all of us if we had another look-see once we have an opportunity to see how these things might be adjusted. That's one. Two, the mapping is very important. As a planning commissioner, I know for myself, and I'm sure that others will chime in, where these pieces go is going to become an issue for a lot of our residents. Again, we have people that are here already. I get that there's a law in place and that we have to adhere to it. But without that piece, for us to take a real drill down look at, it kind of leaves us flapping. We don't know where you're putting this. Where is this going? You say it's a work in progress. I appreciate that, but that too needs to come back to the collective so we can take a look and see where, you've done your investigation. You have plotted these numbers based on what you have seen. I take it. And so we would like to take a look-see at that mapping as well to see what it is where these numbers came from and where these plots are actually going to be. So those are the two concerns I have. And just an FYI, I don't know who set this meeting for 5 o'clock. To get everyone to participate, and we have a working community, 5 o'clock kind of leaves a lot of people out. And so for the future, I would respectfully ask that whoever put this together for 5 o'clock, consider the participants, including myself, to extend it out a little later, like 6 o'clock, so that folks can get home, sit in front of their computer and participate, and not be on the road and miss out on half of this presentation, which, by the way, is a great presentation, but you lose your participation setting something up at 5 o'clock. Are you going to be able to, when these numbers are adjusted, come back to the collective and present? And are you going to be able to, once you finalize your mapping, which now would require some adjustments based on this schedule, bring it before the committee, the collective?
We currently had our next scheduled joint meeting to present the draft public review draft in the next, I believe, at the end of July, early August, but we could definitely look into see in that schedule if there's something that we could fit in earlier, just specific to the inventory itself. But right now it is not something that we did have planned, but we can definitely look and see if that is something we can accommodate.
Thank you very much.
Councilperson Meyer.
Thank you. I don't think there's anything that's been said so far that I would argue. I did want to Thank you for the presentation. Obviously, this is a lot of ongoing work. And I also would like to thank you for the translation services. I'm glad to see that we've got that on there. But I have to agree with Commissioner Roberts. I think that partially the time frame that we're doing this in is making our numbers a little bit lower. And I'd love to see more participation if we've got that considered, the work hours. But again, thank you for the translation. I think that's really important for many of our residents. Definitely need to go back to the buffer and agree with others who said that I would not like something quite so broad. I would like that to be a bit tighter. I'd like to know, as far as the survey results, we've got, I think you said 477 responses so far, and you're saying that that's a good result. Hopefully that is a good result. I'd like to see once that is done, an overview of what those concerns are by the residents. And I'd also like to find out how we're going to address some of the specific concerns that we're hearing in the survey. I imagine a lot of what we're hearing from people would be answered if people were able to watch this. But I'm not sure if that's a possibility. We can't, of course, judge that for others, but I want to make sure that the people that are taking the time to write in are in some way finding out some answers to what their questions are. Even if that means we do some Q&A in our newsletter or in some of the social media posts or anything that we've been doing to market that survey. The PA1 availability, that does also scare me, especially when you're not assuming the density bonus, because all I can picture is just 5-10 story apartment buildings all through PA1, unless we're losing our zoning for so much of our incredibly needed jobs, which of course we can't do. The ADUs, I get what you're saying. Well, your explanation made a lot of sense there, but how do we force that build? I mean, ADUs are individually decided by each homeowner whether they want them or not. So we can't really specify that we're going to have 80 or 135 for that matter, unless people actually want to build them and go through that trouble and hassle and become landlords and whatever. I think, I guess the estimate is just that, an estimate, but we can't really force people to build an ADU unless I'm misunderstanding something, or unless we're talking about new development coming in with ADUs as part of that. And I'm double checking just for final clarification on the congregate settings for farm workers and employee housing. Just to make sure, we're talking about a 6-bed facility currently, like we have existing license within all of our neighborhoods already for example, people that are disabled, that sort of thing. Is that the same exact zoning and the same kind of a setup that we already have going? And I think for now, that's all my comments and questions, unless anyone has answers to that.
I have an answer for the, good evening, for the ADU question, if you wouldn't mind. And then the 6 and fewer, maybe Jennifer or Inez can tackle that. So for the ADUs, you are absolutely correct. We don't, quote unquote, make anyone build anything through this process, right? So what HCD allows us to do is assume a certain affordability level using their methodology for all the ADUs that are built in the city in the next 8 years. So if we are issuing 20 to 30 building permits a year for ADUs, HCD allows us to use this adopted methodology to assign those to income categories, precisely because ADUs aren't necessarily sold on an open market where we can verify sales price. For example, we don't get to see the leases and see what those individual rents are. Some are occupied by family members, or the au pair example, and there is no financial transaction. So they're a unique category. So that's why this methodology was created, is to allow cities all over the state to just make some assumptions. So if we're following those assumptions, then we can assign the numbers accordingly. What Jennifer was saying is if we want to go above that, if we want to say we actually issue 50 ADU permits a year and we want to say that 75% of those are affordable, then we have to do a lot more extra work to prove that somehow. But short of that, if we just want to use our existing numbers and our projected build out of ADUs over the next 8 years, they allow us to make an assumption about affordability.
So given recent laws around ADUs, are we seeing an uptick?
It's been fairly steady, 20, 25 units a year is what we've been seeing. It's still a complicated process for folks, and there's been supply chain issues. The last couple of years have been difficult for construction in general.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sparley.
Sorry, and to confirm, for the farm worker housing in the single family zones, it is for 6 or fewer persons per home. So it is similar to our existing licensed care facility ordinance.
So I'm assuming that there would not be a care component to this 6-bed facility. It would more just be the a standard traditional single family home, right? But the licensing part of it, does that offer any protection, for example, for the landlord to make sure that it's kept up well?
The licensing component would all be done through the state. And so it would provide them some protection as long as they met the state guidelines to keep their license in full practice and full condition.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to make probably similar comments, and I'm sure there's a question in here somewhere, but if we have 1,500, if we have to have 1,552 RENA allocations in the coming years, why would we build a plan that has, 4,600? Because it's an overreach by the state already, because the state can't make developers build these units. And developers are not going to build these units because they can't make as much money, because they want to build 2,500 square foot to 3,500 square foot homes in a city like Brentwood. So it's not realistic to build a plan around something that's never going to happen, in my opinion. So understand we have to have a buffer. Understand we just have to have the plan available and the space available. We're not responsible for them being built. But I think Councilmember Mendoza said that, putting a plan like this together with such big numbers they're just going to come back and ask for more. And that's not even addressing, the infrastructure that if we actually built all this stuff and it actually did happen, we would have a whole other set of problems that the state is not addressing with bad policy and bad math. So I'm not sure why we're over exceeding our quota by so much. And then I would say definitely for the vacant residential land, I definitely would want to see the map because I think it's important to understand where they're going and if there's space for actual these units, because there's no way all these units are going to go into PA1. That just isn't realistic. It may work if you draw it out on a plot map and for zoning, but there's no way if we're going to build if the innovative center is actually going to get built to the plans that we've seen and been presented to public, that many units are going to be able to go there in that space. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Sorry, the ADU question brought up another question. So if we're doing about 20 to 25 a year, and real quick, Southern California fought for us because they wanted to include ADUs. HCD fought them. So HCD came up with a standard. This is a calculation for you to add ADUs. So this ADU thing is not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. And it's just a calculation, making assumptions of what they're seeing happening around the state. But if we're seeing 20 to 25 a year happening right now, why are we only forecasting 17 a year? Wouldn't we get benefit from increasing our ADU to what we can prove we have? Because with HCD, if we have proof that we're coming in at a certain amount, we can fight for more. So can we up that number to, if we're doing 20 to 25 and we meet them at 20, that's 3 more per year times the 8 years. Can we do that? And then write our justification notes as to why we're upping it?
Yeah, so right now, it's based on the last 3-year average. So the last 3-year average is 17.
That was COVID.
Yeah, it was COVID. And then also our zoning ordinance didn't get modified until about 1.5 years ago. And so really we are seeing a progressive uptick of ADU production.
Okay.
We have not seen that HCD though is accepting that we will have a continual climb. So while it is something where we're fighting for, we're hoping if we can provide something by the end of this calendar year that shows that this year we did receive a larger amount, we can allocate our average by the end of the year prior to adoption. But right now it does look like HCD is requiring an actual 3-year average, which may be able to be looked at down the road a couple of years into it. But at this time, we do have to show some documentation on where we're coming up with our average.
And if our ADUs get an uptick, and I know we can't zone down, but if we see a shift, could we then say this area, we're shifting 30 units because we built them over here? As long as we're net zero, could we do that?
After the plan's adopted, you mean in future years as we're implementing? You know, I'm actually not sure what the new rules are, you know, when we do our annual APRs, if we can adjust. Dave, do you know the answer to that question? That's a great question, but I haven't had it come up in the past.
Yeah, I think there's some nuances to that, and the future down zoning, for example, is there's prohibitions on that. The difference is that you have your existing sites that you identified has that zoning. So you have latently within your inventory that sites. Now, if you had sites that you were rezoning and you wanted to make those changes, it would be a much difficult proposition in the future. But, if you're estimating the number of sites that you're using, as long as any point in time you have an inventory of sites that can accommodate your existing unaccommodated need at that point in time, you'll be fine. So for example, if you perform very well in the beginning of the planning period, you may not need as many sites in the tail end of the period because you've already met your obligation.
Okay. And then one other question, Alexis, I thought we were going to add ADUs to our development spreadsheet. I haven't seen any ADUs there. When are we going to add those?
Section of the website now, with the SB9 units. So they're a separate, because they don't go through the planning department. They are just building permits. They're on the building section. So it sounds like you didn't get the email with that link, so I can send that to the whole council again. So there's a page, because they're not planning applications, they're building permits. We have an SB9 and an ADU list on the same section of the building department webpage. Okay, so I can send that link again.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Roberts.
Hi, could you put page 11 back up for me, please? Okay. So my question is, I'm looking at these numbers in the very low income, which I think that the points have been made, and they're good points on not being able to track this or even enforce it on the ADU. I'm just wondering, looking at the numbers in the above moderate income, pretty standard here in Brentwood, can these numbers somehow or another, and for instance, where I'm going with this is the ADU 80 for a very low income, and above moderate income is 14. And because you can't track it, you can't monitor it, you can't enforce it, will there be a time that we'll see more 80 in the above moderate income and very low income at 14 in the in that last column there? I mean, is that an issue? One, because you've got it at 135, does it matter as long as it matches the numbers in the total column, is my question. So these can be flipped around, moved around, as long as it comes back to this 4636 if we keep that number. Do I have that right?
So the numbers can certainly move around as ADUs develop. The city is required to have its RENA. So the city must be able to accommodate the RENA total rather than that 4636. So the city would not be required to have that 4636, but rather the RENA total. And so the 4636 is just including that buffer so that if, for example, 14 ADUs were to develop in lower income, we would still be meeting the RENA.
Okay, so thank you. And so going back to the 1552, the very low income and low income, which would meet the RENA compliance, how is that? How do you project that out? And that's 634 units of very low income and income. I guess not having that map to see where you've plotted this is got me at a disadvantage. But I'd be very interested to see how are you going to enforce that? Where is that coming in? Where is that coming in for making sure that we meet that and it doesn't get somehow put in a very tall apartment structure meeting that? Are these homes or that is information that it's just open? It can be apartments, it could be homes, it could be trailers, it could be a trailer park. Is that what we're talking about here in terms of the structure and meeting these compliance pieces?
Structure is not as critical as the affordability level, the price point, a rental rate or a mortgage rate. And that could be delivered in a whole variety of products. And depending on the construction type, it could be apartments, could be anything. As long as those affordability levels is the key, that is the key criteria to judge by.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Rarick.
So we've got about 4,500 high density units left to build in our city. And we've got less than 2,000 units of single family homes left to build in our city. That's 6,500. On that chart, it's got 4,600 of those that they figure we're going to build within the next 7 years. So that only leaves, about 1,900 units left to build in our city, period, after that. What confuses me is if we've got 45 multi or high density and PA1 has high density and very high density and the 1,951 units, even if they got the density bonus by moving their very low and their low income up 3% to hit that 10% mark, that at the max would be 400 units that they could get with the density bonus in PA1. So these numbers that you guys got there, and what's it, confiscatory? I mean, we can't force them to build the amount of units that you're saying because it won't pencil out. I mean, you're looking at 3 times the amount, or wait, more than 3 times the amount of what is actually required, plus a 3% bonus, or 3% to bring us up to that 10%. You need to look at the vacant lands that are out there. You need to move some of those numbers over. And I got to tell you, if we have a high quality, high wage jobs in PA1, do we want to surround, and the idea is for people to live there and walk to work? And we're saying these are going to be very low and low income. That's going to be the majority of these. I don't know where the thinking behind this came from. So I'm sorry that I'm back on this again, but after throwing that density bonus in there, yeah, I don't know where you guys are coming up with these numbers from, but you need to move those into the vacant land that's out there, and redo this, because, and you're also saying that PA1 will be built out in 7 years. I don't see PA1 residential building out. And oh yeah, I mean, I definitely would like to, as council member Mendoza is crossing her fingers, but it's not just the residential I want there. I want the jobs there. I really don't care about the residential in there. I want the jobs there. And then we could get the residential or do them together. But yeah, it's even by throwing in that density bonus, you're still at max of 400 that you can do there. Otherwise it's confiscatory, and we can't make them build that. So you got to move your numbers over, redo this, and then drop that 4,600 as Councilmember Mendoza and Commissioner Sparling had said. It's just back to the drawing board.
Commissioner Dolter.
The chart is completely prejudicial to local control. We cannot show those numbers. They have to be, they do not represent reality. They have to be redone. The numbers are too high. Builders are not going to do that. The commission has not seen, and it needs to see, as Councilmember Mendoza and Commissioner Sparling have said, the vacant land survey. We need to know where we are going with this. Again, the global issue here is local control. We need to preserve that as much as we can. And we do need to keep up with what's going on in Southern California and other cities, particularly the charter cities, in terms of what they're doing and if there's any reprisal by HCD. HCD in this situation is not your friend. So let's keep a focus here. Let's get rid of this chart. Let's get back to reality. Let's get the commission, who is going to be the buffer with the city council in terms of the proposals that come before you. Let's see what these vacant land surveys, let's get rid of this chart and get it back to reality. The numbers are too high. It's not going to happen. The builders are not going to do this. We're heading into a recession. I talk to my builder developer friends all the time. There's a slowdown going on. 7 years, 10 years, whatever it is for PA1. Let's keep our fingers crossed. We want those jobs, but let's get back to reality here.
Commissioner Sparrow.
Two things. One is I just wanted to, I think probably people weren't aware of how we ended up at 5 o'clock today, because I know that was a great point. And I agree that 5 o'clock meetings are tough, but this meeting was originally scheduled for 6, but was moved to 5 today because the power outage in Brentwood last Tuesday night for the city council meeting. And there's a new city council meeting later this evening to finish up that meeting. That's how it got to 5 o'clock today. So it's a unique circumstance. I'm sure the staff would never have a 5 o'clock meeting unless it just didn't work on the calendar. So, and then my question is really this regarding we've all said similar messages about the numbers, right? What's the path forward? Can we change it? Sounds like there's going to be another update in July, because we ended up here for a reason. Why was this put together this way when you all had to know that these numbers were going to get the reaction you're getting? Were you told you had to put the maximum allowable based on zoning, or like how did we get here? Because the reason why it's important to me is because how do we fix it from here? What's driving the numbers that we were shown that are not realistic and could only go up if we did submit this?
So if I could clarify, I thank you for that question, Commissioner Sparling. I just want to clarify how we got to where we are and how we can move forward. I hear the group loud and clear that the numbers in PA1 are too high and that we do not want to set ourselves up to fail. I absolutely agree with that. The process for the housing element is in order, again, similar to the conversation with ADUs, is we are allocating RHNA numbers based on zoning and base density. We're making assumptions on affordability based on the zoning and base density. So in order for us to assume a project that is zoned for residential use can accommodate affordable units, it has to have a base density of at least 30 dwelling units an acre. Okay, so in Brentwood, that is highly concentrated in PA1 in that specific plan area. We don't have a lot of other areas in the city that are 30 dwelling units an acre or higher that we can accommodate the 656 low and very low income units. I hear you loud and clear that that is too much for PA1. It may not be feasible. And there's another point we can touch on in the build out of the 8-year plan. But we hear you. We can go back to the drawing board. If we allocate these units, these affordable units specifically to other vacant land or residentially zoned land in the city, there may be some zoning adjustments that have to happen. And we can certainly look at that and bring that back to that group at that future meeting that we discussed.
Yeah, and I get the math, right? But I guess my question is if it's 1,552, how do we end up at 4,900, right? And how do we, like, what I'd like to see is a plan for 1,552, right? Because that's what we're required. Why would we ever put a plan together out there in public? Because now this is public record and the state could see it. No, they have 4,900, right? Why?
Well,
why would we ever overcommit in something that we know is not realistic? I'm just trying to understand.
Right. So I understand. Yeah. So to clarify, that plan is public. It's the general plan. So that 4,900 numbers based on residentially zoned properties that exist in the city today. So what we're showing is that we have capacity in the city in these different income areas above that 1,552. We don't have to present it to HCD that way necessarily, but we're just showing already today with our current general plan and our current zoning, there's an X number of units that can be built in the city. Then through this process, through the housing element process, we assign those affordability levels to meet our RHNA allocation. So we're not necessarily committing that these 4,500 units will be built because they don't need to be for the RHNA process. We're just showing what the capacity is in the city.
Okay, I'll let Councilmember Rary follow up on that.
Councilmember Rary.
So if RHNA for the housing element and for our RHNA only looks at 30 units per acre and more, why are we applying affordable housing percentages to single family homes if they say it doesn't count? It's kind of bonkers that we can't count single family homes because we have an inclusionary policy.
Yeah, so we will definitely clarify the next meeting how the inclusionary policy factors into the single family calculations. The 30 dwelling units an acre was strictly for the low and very low income product. But we do also have an inclusionary zoning that we could look at as well. So we'll bring back more information about how that could figure into these numbers for sure.
Who said that there's 30, that it needs to be 30 units and that you don't
HCD
plexes and fourplexes and
HCD. So if you have a vacant undeveloped site, and Dave can probably flesh this out more. If you have a vacant undeveloped site and you want to assume that it's affordable for your RHNA purposes, HCD says it has to have a base density of 30 dwelling units an acre, or you cannot assume that it's affordable. You can assume it's moderate or above moderate, perhaps, but for it to be counted as an affordable site for the purposes of RHNA, it has to have a base density. That's HCD regulation.
Why do we have an affordable housing ordinance that specifies that, I don't care what it is, whether it's high density or a triplex or a single family, that we're right now at 10%, but are moving up to 13%.
I'm going to break in real quickly here because I think we have a little bit of a disconnect. Alexis is exactly right. In order to project future units, we have to have a base density of 30 per acre. However, we can actually claim as satisfaction of our RHNA other types of housing that are built in lower density areas if they are actually deed restricted, which they would be through our affordable housing ordinance. So we do still get credit for all of those. Alexis is simply talking about what we can use to project future development, not what we get credit for entirely. So we will get credit for those units, those affordable housing units that are built in lower density areas that are deed restricted. So just to connect those two.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense that, I mean, first they tell us you can have an affordable housing, but you can't, if you go over 15%, then you need to go out and have a feasibility study. But we won't let you count those. You have to have 30 units or more. It's like they're setting us up to fail, or they're setting us up to change our zoning to be over 30 units in order to justify what they think is the only place that affordable units can be built. It's time to repeal all these things. And Councilmember Mendoza, what's that website?
Ourneighborhoodvoices.com.
Let's repeal this and just do the 13% that we're doing and try to get these things done for our residents.
Commissioner Roberts.
My question is to Dave. Dave, you mentioned that you didn't or did not have information on lawsuits and or retaliatory retaliation to those that are filing lawsuits. I'm wondering if you have information or can share information at some point with the collective on how other counties, I'm sure their response is very similar to ours, but perhaps have gone a little further in filing lawsuits, and how that is, where that is in the hopper as it relates to the overall response from this committee.
We'd be certainly happy to provide information through your city attorney.
Okay, that's really important, so that we at least have that to review. I would really like to see how other municipalities are responding to something very similar to what we're dealing with here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you all. My concerns have been expressed multiple times and addressed, so I'm not going to belabor them, but I just will say I agree with all of these concerns, and I appreciate staff's work at bringing back the answer to the questions that we've been asked. This is a very difficult situation. There's not a single city in the state that isn't wrestling with the same exact thing. Every mayor in Contra Costa County is saying exactly the same thing. Every mayor in the state of California is. It's unreasonable, it's unrealistic. So we have to find out what we can do that is realistic, and weigh that against what the results of not meeting these numbers that have been foisted upon us from the state. And the state clearly is aware that some of these numbers are also unrealistic. So we've got a battle on our hands to keep local control for as long as we can. If there are no further clarifying questions of staff, at this time I will open public comment. Margaret.
You're on mute.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person and 6 minutes per person for those requiring translation services. Your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have one hand raised. I'll go ahead and start with Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. I didn't really come into this with any prepared comments. I've just been listening. And wow, well, the first thing I want to say is definitely I applaud the city council and the planning commission for trying to stick up for the city's rights the best we can. The state and the developers are trying to steamroll us. I certainly want to echo the sentiment that we don't want to get into any situation where we're obligating the city to do anything, especially anything where we'll need a developer to bail us out, because as everybody said, the developers don't want to do these things. And but the fact is they will do them, but they're going to want their pound of flesh. They'll make us make all kinds of concessions just to get what they want. And if they don't get what they want, they'll sue us because they're developers. And that's what developers do, they sue. I've often said that if all the developers left the state, most of the trial lawyers would go with them because there'd be nothing left for them to do. The state also wanting to sue us now, so they're taking sides with the developers against the cities. They're calling us NIMBYs, which is a disrespectful term to belittle us, minimize our concerns, try to shut us up. They don't want to hear from us, but we will not go unheard. Trust me on that. Yeah, so I agree with everyone on the council that would like to see this redone, because we don't want to get into a situation where the state comes back and this cycle they might let us buy, but next cycle they're going to want to come in here and cram in more and more units. We don't want to be in that situation. So thank you all for doing the good work that you're doing. I will point out Kimley Horn, I believe, did the EIR for the apartments that were proposed to be built at Deer Ridge and Shadow Lakes. And as we pointed out at the time, Kimley Horn, like most of these companies, makes a huge amount of money working for developers, helping them get past regulations that they consider to be onerous. They make sure that they can get their thing built no matter how many fish they kill or how much wild areas they pave over. So I don't trust them particularly. I'm sure they're professionals. I'm sure they like to think they do their jobs without prejudice. But when you consider where most of their money comes from, then to invite them in here to try to help us figure out how to not succumb to overdevelopment is may not be the wisest thing that we could do. And again, I'm not trying to detract from Kimley Horn. I'm sure they're professional, but they've got to know what side their bread is buttered on. So be careful of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stephanie Whiting, followed by Gary. Stephanie, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to do this. I unfortunately didn't see any of the updates in regards to the change from the 6 o'clock time to the 5 o'clock time. So I was only able to come in towards the tail end of the meeting. I did want to touch base on the ADU slideshow that you guys had, and I'm not sure if you guys are aware that the state of California has had passed through the California Housing Finance Authority additional grant money that's actually being provided by the state of California to obtain financing of up to actually not even financing, it's up to $40,000 to help provide and offset the cost for developments in regards to the soft costs for permits and any sort of electrical or anything like that. So I'm not sure if any of those numbers have been taken into consideration as far as what the state is providing as far as a free grant up to $40,000. In addition to that is, I understand there's, concern of and making sure that Brentwood does continue to preserve the current land that they have, and, making sure that we're doing it in a responsible way. But I also understand and am in the residential purchase business in helping people find homes. And there is a lot of housing that still needs to be built. And we're going to continue to see this issue with the housing prices the way they are for many more years to come, due to the fact that we just don't have enough property that can be satisfied and built fast enough. I'm wondering if anyone has potentially thought of doing condos on top of the units that are at the streets of Brentwood in order to move up. Because I feel like in order to preserve the Brentwood land that we currently have would be to go up in condos, obviously apartments as well, but to be able to utilize the land that we already have and potentially look at even rezoning some of the vacant businesses that vacant commercial buildings that are there so that we're able to rezone those in a way that is habitable for people who are looking for housing, because we just can't have them built fast enough and cheap enough in a way that makes it manageable for us. We definitely want PA1 to, bring as many businesses that can so that we.
The speaker's timer had expired. I will call on the next speaker now, Gary. Gary, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I want to thank you for having this Zoom meeting. I want to speak just briefly. I think that city staff and the consultants did the appropriate thing in developing page 11. And I think it's for your information. I understand the concern about tipping your hand in a way to the state. But I think it's the staff's duty to let you know what the potential development possibilities are in the city of Brentwood. Not that we're going to go out and tell the state we're going to build 4,600 units, but I think it's their obligation to let you know that under current zoning, that is potentially true. I think it's up to you and the Planning Commission to say, no, that is theoretically possible, but here's what we think is really possible. But I think that had the city staff not done that, they would have been remiss. And I think the state, we don't want to undersell the state. The state, when they review these plans, I think will not be reticent about going in and taking a look at the city zoning, and they could come up with their own page 11. And so I think it's better for you to be advised about page 11 and then be able to address it and say, okay, state, yeah, that's theoretically possible, but here's why we don't think that's the case. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to say my piece. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no additional speakers with their hands raised.
This time we will close public comment and go into discussion. Councilmember Mendoza.
So I understand what Gary's saying, but I completely disagree. I don't want to show the state 4,636 sites. I think we need to come again in at the 1552 plus the buffer, and then we'll go from there. And yes, the state could come in, but my understanding, I mean, I don't know what they could do, but I don't want to you don't want to give away everything. That's just, I don't think our residents voted for us to do that. And the caller that called and said we need more housing. Well, in California, you can look on censusreporter.com, which is the census data. We have over 1 million vacant homes. So from a state perspective, we could look at vacancy taxes that then would make homes affordable also. The other thing we have going on is that real estate agents are selling homes in the area to be short-term rentals. Those short-term rentals are being taken away from families and now becoming commodities like the stock market. So I think there's other things that we could do when it comes to that. So regulate vacancies with the vacancy tax, have actually no short-term rentals, which is what Europe is having to do because they are finding that they don't have homes for their people too, because everyone's vacationing there. So we're starting to see it in America too, but it's a global issue, just not the United States. So I don't think that we're going to build our way out of affordable housing, because everyone that spoke doesn't speak to an answer to affordable housing. And affordable housing is what we're trying to take care of with this. It's not just housing availability. The only way to take care of affordable housing is to demand that our legislators put statewide legislation across the board that all new builds contain 15 to 25% affordable housing. The problem with that is is that if you look at every single legislator, the majority of their donations come from builders and the real estate sectors. So that's never going to happen if we continue to let the real estate and the lending sector tell us what to do with housing. So no, I don't think we're going to build our way out of this. I think we need to legislate when it comes to vacancies and short-term rentals to begin with, and then mandate affordable housing. And that's all I gotta say about that.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Rare.
What I was going to say, I do think that we need to reevaluate this. It is confusing whether we've got housing versus affordable housing, and there's a big difference because we've got 6,500 units that can be built in the city of Brentwood, both high density and single family. But of that, we've gotten a change to our affordable housing ordinance to go up to 13% versus the 10% we're currently at, which will help us some. We'd like to go higher, but unfortunately the state has put in a density bonus clause that if we go higher, then the developer's going to build even more. So it's a kind of a catch-22 there. We want to do more for, in fact, we were going to try to go up to 25, but ended up at the 13. So I appreciate the comments that people made today, but this is about affordable housing and not more housing. So if staff can go back to the drawing board on that. And I do recall looking at the last map that we had for this, and it did list which ones were included in the RENA. So if that can come back to us at the next meeting, or send it to us prior to the next meeting, so that we have an opportunity to look on where you're going to be putting these affordable homes, and we can make comments on it, considering you are bringing us a draft the next time. And I think we'd really like to have this draft be done the right way, so that when we come, we can discuss it and we can move it forward without having to redraw things again. And that's all I have to say.
Councilmember Meyer.
Again, agree with all the comments tonight that we've heard from everyone. Just wanted to make a quick reminder to the caller who said that we don't need to share this specifically with the state. We are sharing this with the state. The state is watching city council like a hawk right now. The city councils all over the state are being observed very closely. And so meetings like this, I'm not trying to say the governor's sitting in front of the TV with his popcorn, but meetings like this are being very closely monitored. And so what is discussed today, what numbers come out of today, what charts we show as feasible are very definitely public record and being watched. So I just want everyone to know that this is not just a meeting where we're getting frustrated because things aren't feasible. This is a meeting that we're getting frustrated because people are going to assume that it's feasible. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I just want to ditto what everybody's saying, and I think Councilmember Rary, and what everybody's saying makes a lot of sense. So, but I do agree with Councilmember Rary in regards to when we come back, if we could actually see a map where some of the locations can be to be able to get to those numbers, because I think that's really important for us to know where we're looking at doing this at, right? So that we can actually make the right decision for the community. But I am concerned in regards to the 4636 number. And like Councilmember Myers just mentioned, people are watching and it's out there. But so I do agree with everyone. But I would like to see a map to see what we're actually going to build these units at, so that we can make the right decision for our, community. So thank you.
Thank you. At this time, if there's no further comments or questions of staff, I need a motion of adjournment, and I'll need two motions, one for the City Council and one for the Planning Commission. So we'll start with the Planning Commission. If I can get a motion for adjournment, if there are no further questions or comments.
Commissioner Move for adjournment.
Oh, Commissioner Ziegler, so second.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please, Margaret.
Commissioner Cross,
Aye.
Commissioner Dolter,
Aye.
Commissioner Roberts,
Aye.
Commissioner Sparling,
Aye.
Commissioner Ziegler.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. Now do I have a motion from City Council regarding?
So moved.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff. We will see you shortly at our council meeting. Evening, everyone. Pursuant to Section 54956 of the California Government Code, a special meeting of the City Council is hereby called for June 1st, 2022 at 7 p.m. We do have a quorum. Margaret, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Meyer.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will move into item A1, public hearings. Item A1 is a review of the Planning Commission's decision to approve a conditional use permit amendment and design review for the Vineyard Academy Christian School. And Crystal DeCastro will present on the item. Crystal.
Thank you, Mayor Bryant. Good evening, members of the council. I'm going to have a presentation here and share my PowerPoint. Can everybody see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The following item is a call for review for conditional use permit amendment and design review application for Vineyard Academy Christian School, which was approved by the Planning Commission on April 19th, 2022. That decision was subsequently called for review. A call for review results in a de novo or new hearing in which the item is to be heard by the appellate body. Council serves as the appellate body to the Planning Commission. Therefore, this item is before you tonight. Council's consideration tonight is not a review of Planning Commission's approval, but rather it is a new hearing for council to consider the item. Council's decision would be based on specific findings to either uphold the commission's decision as a resolution attached to the council report mirrors the conditions that of the Planning Commission, modify the conditions, or reverse the approval. These options will be presented in further detail in the presentation. And this slide just goes over the items that I just went over. The subject site is approximately 5.64 acres, located south of Grant Street between Adams Lane and Lone Oak at the Rock Brentwood Church property. There are 3 parcels that comprise of the Rock Church. There is the church building parcel, the parking lot parcel, and also the vacant lot on the east, which was approved for a parsonage on the far east side of the lot next to these existing homes, which has not been built yet. The only access to the site is through Adams Lane. The surrounding land uses to the north is Grant Street and single-family residential beyond, which is Pruitt Ranch subdivision. To the south, it's zone R1E. South of that would be the proposed Orchard Grove project. To the east is a future parsonage site for the Rock Church with Lone Oak Road and single-family residential beyond. And to the west is Adams Lane and Marsh Creek Elementary School and Blue Goose Park beyond that. For a little bit background and history, in 2009, the Planning Commission approved a conditional use permit and design review for a 20,687 square foot building on the west end of the site. This building would serve as a church and a multifunctional building. The multifunctional uses offered included a gymnasium, assembly space, classrooms, a nursery, coffee lounge, and offices. The extreme east of the site was proposed for approved for a 3,915 square foot parsonage intended for church staff and visiting speakers only, not for the general public. In 2013, the Planning Commission approved an amendment to the design review and conditional use permit. This amendment included reducing the size of the building from 20,687 square feet to 11,237 square feet. while retaining the approval for the parsonage. Additionally, the CUP amendment also included the addition of a preschool center within the multifunctional building. By 2016, the building and parking lot was completed. The parsonage on the extreme east of the site, as stated before, has not yet been constructed. The existing building was a location for the preschool known as Little Scholars Preschool and Daycare, which operated from Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. year-round. The preschool closed its doors in early 2021 as a result of the COVID pandemic and was subsequently replaced with Vineyard Academy Christian School, a private K through 8th grade school, in August 2021. The proposal before you tonight includes the design review request for the construction of a new modular building. The proposed modular building is approximately 3,260 square feet in size and would be located east of the existing building. The modular building would include 6 classrooms, a 390 square foot restroom, a 1,491 square foot deck, and related improvements. The school currently occupies the existing building with 160 students and 14 staff members. The modular building would provide more space for daily operations. There are no plans to increase the student population beyond the 160 students. The CUP amendment will establish the overall operational standards for the school, such as the school hours, maximum enrollment, and traffic measures during drop-off and pickup times. As found in the general plan, the land use designation is semi-public facility. This designation applies to land use areas reserved for privately owned uses that serve the community. These uses include religious assemblies, privately owned recreational facilities, and private schools, such as Vineyard Academy Christian School. The zoning designation is single-family residential, or R1E, which also allows for parochial and private schools, subject to review and approval with a CUP by the Planning Commission. At the commission meeting on April 19th, there were inquiries pertaining to the school's non-residential use of this parcel. This will be addressed later in the presentation. Per the Brentwood Municipal Code, the modular building is consistent and complies with the development standards in the R1E zoning district and the off-street parking requirements as depicted in the following table. The only access to the site is provided via a driveway on Adams Lane along the southerly edge of the project site. There are 87 parking spaces on site. Prior to Vineyard Academy operating on the site, the Rock Church parking lot was informally utilized by the public, typically during Marsh Creek Elementary drop-off and pickup times. When Vineyard Academy began operation in August 2021, the parking lot was closed to the public, and similar drop-off and pickup times resulted in traffic queues onto Adams Lane, and the city received 1 complaint related to the traffic close. Soon after, and in order to minimize conflicts with the Marsh Creek Elementary School, Vineyard Academy School staggered its school hours to begin 1 hour later and 1 hour earlier than Marsh Creek Elementary School. They also implemented a traffic circulation plan, as you see here, with the on-site parking lot. As part of the circulation plan, a school staff member directs and facilitates the flow of traffic of vehicles entering and exiting the parking lot during school pickup and drop-off times. Ingress and egress during the drop-off and pickup times is limited to a right-in and right-out at Adams Lane. A total of 54 cars can be accommodated within the parking lot per the circulation plan, thereby avoiding traffic queues onto Adams Lane. These measures appear to have completely alleviated traffic concerns identified during the first part of the school year in August 2021. City staff visited the site on various occasions during peak hours in 2021. And since then, these measures were implemented. Staff has found the staggered school hours, the circulation plan had addressed traffic concerns of vehicle queuing during drop-off and pickup times. Additionally, city staff from engineering, community enrichment, and the police department have verified that no complaints or concerns have been received related to this traffic since these measures were implemented. A pedestrian circulation is provided via the existing sidewalks on Adams Lane and Grant Street. A paved path also runs along the center of the site on either side of the church building on the west and the east parking lot. The path is composed of a decorative concrete walkway that includes a surface with varied texture to increase the awareness of the drivers crossing the main pedestrian link. The path leads to an opening in the perimeter of the fencing that would enclose the location of the proposed modular building and the grassy playground area. The CUP amendment would establish the conditional use of the school. The conditions adopted by the Planning Commission would be tailored to provide protections and regulations to control the school use, thereby establishing operational conditions that the previous CUP for the preschool did not address. The school proposes to expand the physical capacity of the site, not the student enrollment. The school year is from mid-August to May. The school includes 14 staff members, a maximum of 160 students. The hours from 9 to 2, Monday to Friday, with pickup and drop-off times 30 minutes before and after the school hours. There are no weekend or evening classes proposed. There are 17 conditions of approval for the CUP amended that were adopted by the Planning Commission, which include but are not limited to the school use and church use would not operate at the same time, staggering drop-off and pickup times with Marsh Creek, the maximum student enrollment, and implementation of the circulation plan. As shown as this expert from the plan view of the new modular building, the building will include 6 classrooms, the 390 square foot restroom, and the 1491 square foot deck and related improvements. The modular buildings are substantially set back more than 400 feet from Adams Lane and about 28 feet from Grant Avenue. The buildings in the interior grassy area will be closed within a 6-foot tall wood good neighbor fence for screening purposes. A total of 22 African sumac trees are positioned around the perimeter fencing to provide shade and additional screening. The proposed colors, roof slope, and trellis features of the proposed modular building was designed to be compatible with the existing building. The proposed building includes gable roofs, and the building colors were carefully considered by the applicant to match the existing building with the complementary tan colors. A light tan color is also provided, highlighting the gable, eaves, and window trims. The proposed landscape trellises with stucco columns and climbing grapevines help soften visual impacts and emphasize the entryways. The city's peer review architect provided comments on the applicant's initial submittal, and the current proposal incorporates these suggestions into the project plans. These design elements enhance the building's architecture and provide a well-defined building entry consistent with the city's commercial and industrial design guidelines. To provide a brief summary of the April 19th Planning Commission meeting, the staff report included a total of 21 comments received via email, with 20 proponents and 1 opponent. At the PC meeting, there were a total of 8 members of the public that spoke, with 5 proponents and 3 opponents. The Planning Commission voted 3-0 to approve the project and adopt the resolution for the CUP amendment and design review. During the meeting, major items of concern included inquiries related to the general plan, land use designation, zoning, housing element, traffic and circulation, and aesthetics. Concerns were raised related to the approval in regards to inconsistencies with the state law in regards to housing and land use. The site is zoned R1E, single family residential. The R1E zoning district allows for private and parochial schools with a CUP. The request is not a rezone. The request is not a general plan amendment, and the general plan land use designation is reserved for privately owned uses that serve the community, which includes religious assemblies and private schools. Lastly, the subject site was not included in the 2015-2023 housing element housing sites inventory and was not used to account for any of the city's future regional housing needs assessment capacity, and therefore is not subject to the no net loss provisions. The city would not be required to increase the density on lots anywhere in the city with this project. Therefore, the proposed project would not be inconsistent with state housing or land use laws. Another concern was raised related to traffic and circulation, such as the school being adjacent to Marsh Creek Elementary School and the proposed Orchard Grove subdivision to the south. Staff analyzed two separate proposals, Vineyard Academy and the proposed Orchard Grove project as provided as a memo in the council packet. Staff worked with Vineyard Academy to address concerns, and Vineyard Academy implemented measures to address the circulation concerns. With the circulation plan, the staff member directs vehicles in and out on the site. The on-site signage that indicates a right in, right out on Adams Lane during drop-off and pickup times, and staggering their school hours so as not to conflict with Marsh Creek Elementary. Staff visits by the staff confirmed these measures implemented by the school address the traffic and circulation concern. The CEQA consistency analysis found the project to be consistent with the 2009 mitigated negative declaration. The proposal is still subject to air quality standards, building code standards as required by the 2009 approval. Furthermore, the conditions of the approval adopted by the Planning Commission establishes operational uses such as school hours, circulation, and drop-off and pickup times. Lastly, the aesthetics of the modular building were also of a concern, and inquiries were raised about the building's compatibility with the site. As stated previously, the new building incorporates elements from the existing building and substantially is set back and screened from public views as summarized in the previous slides detailing the design. Just to summarize the call for review in more detail, the following slide outlines the options for council when considering a call for review. If the call for review results in a project approval, the existing entitlement would remain in place as those that were approved by the Planning Commission. Council would formally approve those by adopting the council resolutions attached to the council report. If the call for review results in the project approval with additional or revised conditions imposed by the council would approve the adopting the resolutions for the revisions or additions to the conditions of approval. If the call for review results in our denial, then the council would provide findings for the denial, and the item would have to return to the council for the formal denial of the project. And lastly, to conclude, the public hearing process includes these next steps. Staff would clarify questions from council. The council opens a public hearing. The applicant is provided 10 minutes to speak. Clarifying questions to the applicant from the council. Each member of the public is provided 3 minutes to speak. Council closes the public hearing. Council discusses, and the council makes an action. Staff is available for any questions, and the applicant, Mike Curtis, who is a principal from Vineyard Academy, is also in attendance tonight and is available to address any questions or concerns, along with the school board members, Rick and Michelle Campos. The applicant has a short audio presentation as well. Thank you.
Are there any current clarifying questions of staff at this time from council?
I've got questions, but I think I'd rather wait till after the applicant does theirs, and then I can ask them all at one time.
Thank you. Then at this time, if the applicant would like to use their time for the presentation, you're welcome to. Thank you.
Forgive me, Mr. Mayor, while the applicant gets set up, just to clarify, at this point, the public hearing would be opened with the applicant going first. Was that your intention, sir?
Yes, it is. Thank you. At this time, we will open the public hearing.
Well, wait, that was what I had mentioned, is that while I have clarifying questions of staff, I asked if I could wait to say those after the applicant speaks. Or do you want to go through all of the questions I have for staff? Because there's questions I want to ask of the applicant as well. And if I do, I can't ask those until after their presentation.
Well, according to my agenda, the council will have opportunity to ask both staff and the applicant questions after the presentation.
Great, thanks.
Crystal, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Hi, this is Mike Curtis. I am the principal of Vineyard Academy. Unfortunately, one of our co-founders, April Cudahy, could not be here tonight, but she has presented, she's prepared an audio presentation. I'm going to start it now.
Good evening, City Council members. I'd first like to thank the Planning Commission members and planning staff for their support of our application. I'd also like to thank the City Council for agreeing to reschedule this meeting so quickly. I am disappointed that I am unable to be present due to a previously scheduled flight, but I appreciate the ability to share my thoughts through technology. My name is April Cudahy, and I am one of the co-founders of Vineyard Academy. My family moved to Brentwood in 1987 when I was in the 7th grade. I went to Edna Hill and graduated from Liberty High School. I've taught in Brentwood since 2004. In 2018, I left that teaching position to homeschool 2 of my sons as I cared for my terminally ill father. In 2020, when the pandemic hit, I watched as our community wrestled with the same issues as the rest of our nation regarding education. As schools were deciding if they would begin the 2020-2021 school year in person or continue with distance learning, I had several families whose students I had previously taught reach out to me in hopes that I might be able to homeschool their children along with my own. They did not realize that I had multiple families all asking me to homeschool their children. These students had struggled during the last semester of distance learning and needed in-person education for a variety of reasons. I knew I could not help them all alone. I reached out to my teaching colleagues whose positions had also changed with distance learning to see if they would be willing to help these families too. We estimated a maximum of 20 children split between 3 of us. After a few phone calls, we had a place that would allow us to meet together Monday through Friday. We scheduled an informal, unadvertised meeting to show these prospective parents what we could offer them educationally. Our intention was to help these families for 1 school year. At this meeting, 55 families we didn't know walked through the door wanting in-person education for their children, and we found ourselves in a position to meet the biggest need our community had at that time. It was from these grassroots beginnings that Vineyard Academy was born. Over the next few weeks, we would grow our student body to 85 students, ranging from kindergarten to the 8th grade, and 9 staff members. Everything we used in our makeshift classrooms were portable. Every Friday after school, we packed up all supplies, including classroom furniture and we loaded it all into a trailer. Every Sunday evening, we unloaded and set up the entire school. Only dedicated teachers and paraprofessionals with a calling to their community are willing to put in that much effort for little pay. As a school staff, we strongly believe that learning should be kid-focused, fun, and individualized. We strive to create a school environment where students can grow academically, socially, and spiritually, so that they can mature into the leaders for this generation. As a school, it is important that we model for our students ways to support their community and the world. School-wide participation in Operation Christmas Child and a run walk to support Shepherd's Gate, Adventure Therapy, and AMAP are examples of our school's heart to train our students to love others with their actions. I know how valuable Vineyard Academy has been and is and can continue to be to our community, which is why I'm speaking to you today on behalf of Vineyard Academy. At the previous city planning meeting, opponents to our school's petition cited the potential increase of traffic on Adams Lane as their main reason for opposition. Our school, however, has functioned at this location for an entire school year. Initially, the first few days of our school year, there were a few kinks in the pickup line that we needed to iron out. Since then, we have had a smooth running pickup line with no interruptions to the flow of traffic on Adams or with Marsh Creek Elementary's pickup line. We have made every effort to coordinate with Marsh Creek's bell schedule and to be good neighbors to everyone. Our pickup loop is 12 to 15 minutes long from start until the last child is picked up. We post an employee on the corner of our driveway in Adams Lane to ensure our families do not stop on Adams Lane. Another concern that was brought before the Planning Commission was the aesthetics of a portable building. One community member said that there are no other portables around the neighborhood. This too is false, as Marsh Creek Elementary, which is located directly across the street, is comprised of several portable buildings. A major point I felt was lost in the last meeting was that Vineyard Academy is servicing families from the neighborhood where it is located. Our families are the neighbors driving on Adams Lane and the surrounding streets. When you hear from them today and you read their emails, they are not just parents of Vineyard Academy, they are the neighbors where VA is located, and they are directly impacted. We currently have 4 classes that are displaced due to the delays in getting the portables in. Kindergarten and first grade students have been sharing one classroom. 5th and 7th grade students have divided a space with pipe and drape to create their classrooms, while another class meets in the foyer of the Rock Church. These portables are not bringing in more students, they are helping us house our current students. It is imperative that we be allowed to place the portables up until we are in a position to build the already approved building at this location. I'm asking that you grant our conditional usage permit and the permission to set up our portables. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
That concludes April's comments. Crystal, I have a written comment from Patty Bristow, who could not be around a computer for this meeting. Should I hold that for the public comment time?
I believe that would be. I'll check with Margaret or the mayor.
That is fine. Do you believe that you can read that letter within the 3-minute allotted public speaking time?
Yes.
Okay. I think that would probably be okay if it's okay with council.
Okay. Then I'll reserve the rest of my time for potential questions and answers later in the process.
Okay, thank you. Well, then, if this is the end of the presentation, Council Member Rary.
Yes, I've got a couple questions for the applicant. Now she talked about where you guys are holding your classrooms within the church, and how on a percentage, how much of the church do you think you currently use?
Square footage wise?
Percentage wise.
Okay, percentage wise, square footage, we're probably occupying 50% of it.
You're occupying 50% of it?
Yes. But we're not using it all.
Okay. And yet you wanna, so I think you said that there was 3 classrooms that are not being held in actual classrooms, and you want to, but you need 6 additional classrooms?
So let me clarify. In the Rock Church right now, there are 5 classrooms. So in order to accommodate K-8, we've taken the main sanctuary section and we've partitioned that with pipe and drape. And we've made 2 classrooms there. And then we've utilized the foyer entrance area and we've put a classroom there.
Okay.
So what we'd like to do is relocate those into the portables.
But that's 3 classrooms.
Right. And so
you're asking for 6. You're asking for 6 classrooms.
So right now, first and kindergarten are sharing a classroom, so we would move them into their own classrooms.
And the rooms we use for 4th and 6th are too small.
And the 2 classrooms that we have currently for 4th and 6th are simply too small to accommodate a full classroom. So we will be moving them into the portables.
Okay. And who will occupy the 2 classrooms that they're using?
Those will be resource rooms.
Those will be resource rooms for the school.
Resource rooms for the school. Okay, and I drove by there today just to do a site inspection, and I mean, you say that you have 160 students, and you've said, I mean, I actually checked the California's Department of Education website, and it for the last couple of years, it says you've had 160 students. So that playground has what, 2 swings and a slide and a little tiny fort. Where have these kids been playing?
So that playground is used for kindergarten and 1st grade, for just the little guys. The rear parking lot is what we use for the rest of the school. And then that dirt lot behind is set up as a kickball play area.
Okay. On page 106 of the agenda, it talks about the additional possible improvements of lattice panels or attached lattice walls. And I did check out the trellis work in the front, but looking at your design, it looks like you're not doing as substantial of a design as you are. What you say that you're doing the same in the front, but your design doesn't look like it has a substantial amount. So what is the wood width of your trellis work?
So the trellis work would be at the entrance of what would be a courtyard created by the bathroom unit and then the 2 classroom units. So there would be a trellis there. There would be a trellis partially over the opening space above the deck. And that would comprise the trellises. We would have the fencing relocated so that it would go around the portables and partially block the portables. And then there's a landscaping piece that also goes to that would also mask the portables a little bit better.
So I'm sorry, I asked what the width of those lattice work on the top is going to be? What size pieces of wood are you going to be using? It doesn't show it in the plans.
No, that would be detailed in the permit that we would pull from the city of Brentwood. But currently, those are, if I'm not mistaken, they're 6x8 beams, and they are 4x6 rafters, and then there's a shade cover on top of that. That I believe is a 3x3.
Okay. 3x3. Okay. And now maybe it said it somewhere else. I thought I saw something that said that your roof would match the tile roof of the church, but on page 106, it says that the roof is a composite roof. Which is it that you are proposing?
The portables will have a composite roof. The main church building is a flat roof. You can't really even see the roofing itself.
Okay. Okay, that's all that that I have for you. Thank you so much. And I do have some questions for staff. In the review by to see if we needed to do anything for CEQA, there was a couple of concerns that I had. It says that it was that the 2000 and what the use currently is consistent with the use in 2009. And even when you look at the update for the what year was it? In 2013, when the preschool daycare was the conditional use permit was approved for the preschool daycare. The education childcare area was only 1,421 square feet. Now, the church is is over 11,000 square feet. And if they're using 50% of that, that's 6,500 square feet. And that they're using above and beyond the or it's so what 65 14 50 anyway, they're significantly over what the original the CEQA analysis was, the environmental impact report. So I'm not sure how you can look at the noise compared to a 1,400 square foot education childcare center with a 1,462 square foot outdoor play area for that childcare center, which mirrors the childcare center on the, if you're facing the church, it's on the right-hand side or the south side of the parcel. So that's significantly different than having kids not only playing in the parking lot behind there, also in that childcare area, and on the other side where the dirt is to play kickball. That's significantly different to have 160 kids outside playing. The church is indoors.
Not all at the same time.
And so the difference between that, I think we need to do a noise study on there, because even in the original environmental impact report, it was the noise said it would be significant and that it needed to be mitigated with a masonry sound wall. So we need to get the sound study done for that to determine, because noise is a huge thing in our area. And we've already seen what happens if we don't move forward and condition the appropriate things to mitigate noise in our town. Now, the church had agreed to build that sound wall when it built the parsonage. Now we've moved a outdoor play area 200 feet closer to those two residences behind them. So we definitely need to do the noise study. Another part of our, and I'll have to find my notes in here. Another part is the location. When locating buildings onto a site, that in the general plan, it states that we need to look at where a building is going to be in, but also looking at the future of the parcels next to it. And right now, we've got one of the parcels, one parcel over being built out, and the possibility of having another parcel next to it being built out. I'm not sure when, but this play area that is outside is closer to that. Is there a way that we can flip-flop the building so that the noise is closer to the street versus closer to what will be a future residential neighborhood?
So I heard two questions, I think, if I could summarize. Requesting a noise study because there was only a sound wall by the parsonage before, rather, and now
no, the noise or the sound wall was for those two existing residences. And so with having 160 kids playing outside.
Okay. So I will have Ben Ritchie, our CEQA consultant, address those two regarding the noise study for the parsonage area and also the areas to the south.
Yes, yeah, to determine if we need to flip-flop the unit. And I'm okay with, well, I mean, we have to be okay to allow the religious education center there, but I really need to make sure that we are looking at what's best for the residential lots that are surrounding that. Not just the parsonage, that's separate. They weren't going to build that sound wall protecting those neighbors until the parsonage was built. But because we now have a school and a play area out there, I think that's something that we need to look forward to doing. There also, well, I'll let somebody else go while I formulate my other questions.
Can I clarify one thing? During the play time, not all 160 students are out at the same time. The classes rotate through that play area throughout the day. So in that back area, there may be, I'm going to say 10 to 12 students in that dirt lot. There may be another 10 to 20 in the back parking lot at any given time. So they're not all 160 out at one time.
Now proposing a play area that is a significant play area that is much closer to those residents. And it's also, as I said, the original daycare, education, childcare area, the CUP was for an area that was 1,421 square feet. And for a very similar size outdoor play area, which you currently have. So because of that, it's not the same as having 160 kids ranging all the way up to 8th grade. The noise factor from older kids is significantly different from a bunch of preschoolers.
Okay.
So that's where the difference is. The CUP is not the same I mean, what you're doing is significantly larger than what the original CUP was.
Councilmember Rary, we have Ben Ritchie with De Novo Planning with us this evening. He's the one who conducted the CEQA study. If you would like to hear from him as to his analysis on this issue, he might be able to provide some further information.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Katie. Good evening, council members. Good to see you again. Ben Ritchie, principal with De Novo Planning Group. So yes, I was asked by the city to conduct a CEQA review of the proposed CUP for the Brentwood Vineyard School project. What we did is we used section 15162 of the CEQA guidelines, which provide criteria for when subsequent CEQA analysis is required for a project that undergoes some changes. And without reading the entire code section to you, the gist of it is if the new project or the proposed changes would result in more severe significant impacts or new significant impacts, then additional analysis is required. And so what we did is we did a comparison of the newly proposed project versus the 2009 initial study mitigated neg deck that was originally proposed. The original 2009 project analyzed a 20,687 square foot multifunctional church building. So that was the total operational footprint of the project. That project was then amended in 2010 for approval of 11,327 square feet. And the proposed project would add an additional 3,260 square feet. So I'm throwing a bunch of numbers out there, but the combined footprint total of the new project, what's out there versus what's in addition to what's being proposed, is 14,500 and change. And the original analysis looked at 20,600 and change. So, and let me continue because I understand operational and footprint are different. So that's where I'm going next, Councilmember Ray. So we have kind of two categories of potential impacts under CEQA. One is what I'll call the bugs and bunnies or the footprint impact. How much ground are we disturbing? How much site disturbance is there? So that relates to soils, biological resources, cultural resources, footprint impacts. The other side of the coin is operational impacts. And so what we did with knowledge of this proposed portable classroom expansion for the CUP is I pulled, specific to your question of noise, Councilmember Rary, I surveyed a number of previous noise studies that had been done for schools in different locations throughout California. And one of the most useful comparable ones I found was for a 400 student school. It ranged K through 8. So it was about 3 times larger than the proposed school. The city's threshold for noise impacts at sensitive receptors, including nearby residential uses, is 60 decibels. The case study I reviewed in detail found that the playground at peak use was generating 60 to 64 decibels at a distance of 25 feet from the activity centers on the playground. And the nearest sensitive receptors for that case study were at 150 feet. So with the 400 student school at 150 feet, we were seeing 47 decibel level exposure at the sensitive receptors. I then pulled some measurements from the proposed playground location, nearest sensitive receptors to the north and east. To the north, you're dealing at a distance of 235 feet across Grant Street. And to the east from the playground areas to the residential property line was approximately 334 feet. So without running a detailed site-specific quantification, the case study had a significantly larger student body, closer sensitive receptors, and it was coming in at 47, which was 13 decibels below your threshold. And so I can't say with certainty what the decibel threshold would be, but I can say with certainty that it's below 47 based on the case study, and that is significantly below Brentwood's threshold of 60. So based on that, we didn't conduct a site-specific noise study because we had supporting information that determined it was so far below the threshold as to not warrant the additional analysis.
Okay, but the original analysis stated that a sound wall was necessary based on building, and that they at that time said that they would build it when the parsonage was put in. So the noise was significant.
The 2009 initial study mitigated neg deck has a noise mitigation measure for a sound wall on the eastern property line. and it references buffering the proposed triplex unit, which was part of the original site plan analyzed in the 2019. So my interpretation of this mitigation measure, and I've been reading it as we've been discussing, is that the sound wall was required to buffer the proposed residential uses on the original site plan rather than to buffer noise exposure to existing off-site residential uses. And so based on those two things, one, that A, the proposed CUP is not projected to generate noise above the city's threshold, and B, the mitigation measure in the original document was for a use that's no longer proposed to insulate that use rather than to insulate the noise generated by the use, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know about putting a triplex next to two homes significantly creates a noise more so than a bunch of kids outside playing. And let me see, also another petition. The original project exposed the existing residents located to the east of the project site to noise levels in excess of adopted standards. So the original project would expose existing residents located to the east of the project to an excess of adopt city standards.
The key phrase, and I believe you're reading from the noise subheading on page 5 of the CEQA memo.
I don't know. I found it on page 1227 of the May 24th agenda.
The synopsis,
it's mitigated measure X1-28.
So yeah, this paragraph could have been written better, but the first sentence as I'm reading from this paragraph as says that in the 2009 MND, project construction activities have the potential to result in temporary short-term noise impacts to sensitive receptors. So it wasn't speaking to the ongoing operational nature of the project. It was speaking to the fact that construction does cause, temporary noise impact.
No, this one, the mitigation measure requires the construction of a 6-foot tall barrier between the project site and the residential uses to the east of the site. Okay. Because the project itself generated significant noise levels.
And I'm reading page 28, I believe, of the original page 28 of the original 2009 initial study. And I just want to make sure I get this right.
Says this measure shall also apply to the proposed project and reduces impact to less than significant level.
The original 2009 MND is very unclear and it's very nebulous.
Now there is a different mitigation, X1-29 and X1-30, that talks about the construction noise.
Yes.
That's completely different from the mitigation measure that I'm talking about that is specific to the project itself. I don't know why they would require a sound wall be built to protect a short time construction of a building.
I agree.
Just doesn't make sense at all.
Completely.
It says that they would build it.
Councilmember Rare, you're very much correct on your interpretation of the construction mitigation versus the operational. I'm going to be the first to admit that the writing and the crafting of the language for the impact analysis in the 2009 MND document is very unclear. I write these for a living. I read them all day, and I'm not quite sure what their intent was or where they specified the impact. Under CEQA guidelines 15162, if we find the project to be under the umbrella or envelope of analysis for the previous document, applicable mitigation measures in the initial study MND are still required of the proposed project. This is a situation where I find it very difficult to interpret, but the city certainly has a leg to stand on if you were to push and require the construction of mitigation measure X128, because it is included in the original environmental analysis. and we don't have substantial supporting evidence demonstrating that it's not necessary. So I wish I had a better grasp on what the details were behind this 2009 document, but the way it's written, I would interpret it as to be required and applicable to the proposed project now.
Okay, thank you. And I will yield to the other council members so they can get some time, and I will look for my other questions since I had 6 pages of notes for this meeting that was on the 24th. So I need to go back to those.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello. So I'm the one who called this one for review. And one of the reasons I did is because I was really confused with the design review portion of the Planning Commission meeting. I've been through the design standards and I don't find portable as an I don't see it in there unless, is it in there somewhere, Crystal, where I don't see that portables are acceptable?
Doesn't say if it's acceptable or not, but they just have standard design guidelines for any building.
Okay, so I guess that's my biggest thing about this one. When it comes to public schools, I don't think we have any remedy but to accept the portables or the modulars, whatever you want to call them. To me, they're interchangeable. So I don't think we have a remedy to change that. And I think you all know, before I was even on council, I used to come and complain about portables. When you live in a neighborhood with portables, it's just not what you want to see. It's just it's not welcoming. It doesn't fit what we want Brentwood to look like. In my opinion, it doesn't fit anything in the design standards. So I just don't so that was my question, is there anywhere in that there addresses portables? And there's not, because I don't think that they are part of the Brentwood design standard. It's not something that we want to see. We see it, sorry, my dogs. We see it at public schools because legally we can't do anything about that, correct? On public schools?
Yes, those are regulated by the state.
But anything else, we can apply our design standards. And I guess I should say, I'm fine with the school. I just want it to fit Brentwood design standards. We've had a lot of complaints from residents about we've let loose our design standards. This is the second project I pulled because I was unhappy with the design standards. And I want to honor the people that elected us and put us here. They want us to push this. They want to make sure that everything fits what is in that packet. So I guess that was one of my questions. The CUP amendment. When I've asked about the CUP amendment, I am told that it just was. And I think Katie and I had talked about, can someone walk me through what levers you went through with this CUP amendment where you said, where not you, but whoever decided, because I don't know who actually decided, said, okay, a daycare is exactly the same as a K-8 school. Like, what was that thought process?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'd be happy to take that question.
Long time no see, Eric. Hello.
Hello back. Yeah, so when staff was originally approached by the Vineyard Academy, like, I want to say it was early last year. I don't know exactly when it was. It could have been February or March with this idea of moving into the Rock Church. Once we had a clear idea of what their actual proposal was, we did sift through the original use permit amendment, which authorized the preschool, Little Scholars. We looked at potential impacts that it could create. We talked to the fire district about potential concerns they might have. We talked to the chief building official about any kind of code impacts or health and safety impacts that might result. We talked to the city's traffic engineer about potential traffic impacts. And ultimately, and I certainly understand the concern about, weighing a previously approved preschool versus a private K-8 school. And admittedly, the original use permit amendment is pretty generic in terms of, what those parameters are. So
it actually said education daycare on page 31 of the 11.5.13 Planning Commission staff report that the education childcare area would be 1,421 square feet, which along with a outdoor play area. So it gave parameters of how big that would be.
Okay, that's a fair point. I guess what I was trying to get at was the operational hours and the lack of an identified capacity. And if we could go back in time and have a more specific, use permit amendment from 2013, that obviously would have been ideal. But ultimately, after considering all those factors, I also talked to the interim director of community development at the time. That's when Terrence Grandal was here. So I certainly didn't, and the reason I'm answering this question is I was the one that basically made that determination ultimately, but I didn't do it in a vacuum. We considered a variety of factors and ultimately determined that they can go ahead and operate. And certainly if they were proposing to expand like they were back in July or August with the portables, or if there were significant impacts that were generated, they were made aware that, hey, this would need to go through a more formal process. But that's kind of the way the determination was made back kind of early last year.
I guess that concerns me a little bit because, we said that traffic said everything was fine. But when they opened up, everything wasn't fine, right? Like there actually was an issue. I got bombarded with emails and calls from people that live over in District 2. And luckily the school found a way to work around it. But I think, and the noise issue that Councilmember Rary is mentioning, I think there was a few misses. And I mean, we can't do anything about that now, but I guess I just wanted people who have reached out to us to understand what the process was. And, sometimes things happen. So that was kind of it. Let me see, what other questions? CP. And so now they would be, are they only going to be in the portable, or are they going to be in the portable and the church? So before it was one building, now it's going to be two?
Yes, they would be in both.
So it's on two different APNs. One CUP goes through two APNs?
Yes, the church building and then the vacant area, but they're using all the parcels for the use.
Okay, so if something goes awry, when we pull it from all. Like we can't have two specific ones to say, okay, if the portable thing isn't working, you can still go back to the church because we knew that was working. There's no way to separate it like that.
If you don't mind, Crystal, I'm going to jump in here. So it doesn't quite work like that. It's a single use. And so you would look at it holistically, and we can't bake in conditions that anticipate a reduction of their rights without bringing them back for another full hearing again. So that would have to happen anyway.
Okay, those are all of my questions right now.
Can I have a follow-up on that? As I said, the state of California has had them listed as 160 students for the last couple of years. So they moved into this building with 160 students. It's not like they're expanding to 160, but they moved in there with the intention of holding their school of 160 students there inside that church.
I'm missing the question, forgive me.
The question is, now they want it for convenience so that they can add a couple of other rooms to be used for other things, and not necessarily for classrooms. And so they're expanding, 6 classrooms out across the parking lot. But the intention was always to hold the school in that church at 160 students. I mean, from the time they moved in there, they had 160 students. So what difference was it when they had their enrollment at 160 then to now?
That's not for me to answer, council member.
Yeah, okay.
So Member Meyer?
I guess I would like to know, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. I think the question Councilmember Rary just asked about enrollment was in part answered by the teacher that gave us the audio recording. Was it set for 160, but in the beginning it was only 87? I think I have at one point it went from last July, it was 107 families, and then it went to 160. I know there's a lot of numbers being thrown around on enrollment, but I have questions for, by the way, both the applicant and for staff. But the first one I'm going to say, this is for the applicant, Mike.
Yes.
And looking at, and by the way, Karen, I only had 3.5 pages of typed notes. I feel a little bad. I didn't have 5.
And I have another 5 today. So,
Mike, in looking at the staff report, I was looking at a quote that said, "We will need the portables for a period of 7 to 10 years prior to developing property for approved facility." So when the approved parsonage is built, is there going to be an expectation that you would be able to at that point expand more? I'm just trying to get clarification on what difference that will make, the portables versus the permanent building. Is it all classrooms? I mean, what is that going to look like eventually?
Potentially all classrooms. I mean, we don't know what the future brings, but we have just seen a tremendous amount of interest in growth in the school, and so we want to begin planning for it. The portables would be the first step in that plan.
So 7 to 10 years is your estimated usage at this point, and what is going to bring that about? When is it going to be ready to build?
I don't know if I can answer that question. We're thinking within that 7 to 10 year period, we would be able to build that building and remove the portables and turn that space into a parking lot.
Okay. In looking at the redwood fence, is it planned to completely surround the portables, or just the parts that specifically face the residential, or just Grant Street? Can you get more specific about that?
So yeah, they would run down Grant Street and then across the back of the portables to separate from the residences at the far end of the vacant lot, and then up to the property line.
Okay, and you mentioned, or someone mentioned, the sumac trees that would be part of the trying to improve the appearance of it. What age and size are those at planting?
I don't know that that's been specified yet, but we could certainly make them, 30-gallon, shrubs initially. So they would be potentially 7 to 8 feet tall.
Okay.
but wait, shrubs, not trees? You're not planting trees?
She said shrubs. I interpreted it as trees because the application says trees.
Yeah,
I'm sorry if I said shrubs.
The African sumac is a fast-growing tree.
Yes.
So, and it's a beautiful tree.
So next would be, if you have a family of 3 and 2 of their children are enrolled in your classroom, and the parents want the third one to be enrolled, how do you tell them that they cannot because you're at capacity?
They go on a wait list.
Okay. Let's see. I'm sorry. My 3.5 pages of notes. I think the rest of mine would be for staff. Yes, the rest of mine are for staff. Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
But I still have questions for staff.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Steve Kurzavan was talking about the traffic flow being okay for now, but would need additional access points on Grant with any additional expansion. And I understand that we're talking at this point about no additional expansion, but I was hoping that we could, for public education here, explain the impact of Orchard Grove, Silvergate Apartments, and how all this is going to work together, and will we need to do a traffic study at that point once those developments are in?
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Mickey Sabota, Director of Public Works. I'll take that question. So yeah, so The good thing about the draft conditions as they're written is that there is flexibility so that if there are impacts to traffic, and it's not just traffic, but traffic or noise or other issues, there's an opportunity for staff to require the applicant to come back to planning commission so we can modify or adjust conditions as needed. But back to your original questions, yes, there are opportunities where even though we've been able to observe actual traffic conditions over the past year, even though we've been able to adjust and mitigate and do all these great things, yes, things can change, and there's always the option. And you can actually see on the site plan that's part of the staff packet, they do have entitlements to ultimately at some point connect onto Lone Oak if needed for traffic reasons. There are opportunities to make a right-in at Grand Street if needed in the future, if needed. And we've looked at all that. And at this point, that's not necessary. We did also look at this project in conjunction with the Orchard Grove project further to the south. So the project before you tonight has a lot of mitigation measure or a lot of conditions of approval. If you look at the 17 CUP conditions, about a third or a half are actually related directly or indirectly to traffic and safety and circulation. So there's a lot of thought put into that. But in addition to that, if the Orchard Grove project, they've also have conditions related to traffic in terms of widening Adams Lane, making sure that there's one of those rapid flashing beacons to allow pedestrians to safely cross Adams Lane. So we looked at both projects independently and in conjunction with each other.
Okay, thank you. Also, I wrote down about CEQA that at what point was this ag zoned, and is there a need to check about pesticides and that impact? I mean, do we need to do more on that? Mickey, I guess that was for you. Or I don't know, is it for someone else?
Sorry, I might defer
question that I had heard
to DeNova to Ben for that.
Oh,
question.
got it. Okay.
Councilmember, I believe that was covered in the initial study and mitigated negative declaration back in 2009, but Ben Ritchie would be the one to ask, so we'll defer to him.
Thank you.
Yes, it was covered. So the original 2009. So in terms of the general plan land use designation, this has been designated for various types of urban uses for going back multiple general plans. So it hasn't had a land use designation of agriculture for well over 20 years, and probably even prior to that. I don't know when the exact change happened, but it was prior to your current general plan in the previous version. In terms of hazardous materials present on the project site, that was analyzed as part of the 2009 mitigated neg deck and found to be less than significant. So there are no known hazards or contaminants on the project site per the previous analysis.
Okay, great. I'm just double checking my notes here. And I think I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay, and Councilmember Meyer, if I could just address your question about the tree size. So the tree, 15 gallons is about 6 to 7 feet. They grow on an average of 24 inches per season. The proposed modular building is about 14 feet tall. So the tree would grow about, its maximum height of 30 feet within 12 years, but it'll be fully screened within 3 to 4 years based on the 24-inch per season.
Thank you. And the applicant mentioned a possibility of 30 gallon. Is that something that we can look into just to make sure that it's actually initially got that presence?
We could look at the 30 gallon. I know from landscape plans we've seen, 15 gallons can establish better than the bigger trees.
Okay.
So we'll work with the applicant regarding the size of the trees.
Okay.
I have a follow-up on that question. If it's 12 years for full growth and they're looking at building a new school back there in maybe 7 years, will they have to remove those trees in order to build that new school?
So if they do propose to put
the time that they're full grown?
Yes. So they would have to go through a design review amendment and CUP amendment, including a new landscape plan.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I know a lot of questions have been answered already that I have, but just really quick, Mickey, has there ever been a sound study done this year in regards to this? I'm not a sound study, I mean a traffic study in this area this year?
I don't know if a traffic study was done this year. What I can say is that when you do projects, typically you do traffic studies and it's forward thinking. You're trying to anticipate what traffic is going to be in the future based on analysis. The good thing about this particular project is we have something better than a traffic study. We have actual data. We've actually seen what traffic circulation and generation is from having approximately 160 students with staffing. We've been able to adjust and work with the applicant to address those traffic concerns. So even though a traffic study per se wasn't done, we've actually had a better avenue to look at traffic impacts, if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense. Thank you, Mickey. Mike, I have a question. What have you done to be able to work with? Because I know that, I guess, from this last year, there's only been one, I guess, complaint or issue. What did you guys do as a school to be able to make some changes to make the traffic there a little bit easier?
So the first thing we did was we changed the flow through the parking lot to increase the capacity of cars in the parking lot so that there would be fewer or no chance of backing up onto Adams. And then we put a staff member there for pickup and drop off so that if it looks like there's going to be a backup onto Adams, those cars are sent up to Grant, a left on Grant, a left on, I think it's O'Hara, and then back up Adams. But that has not been necessary.
Okay. Okay. And have you guys, I mean, let me see, put any signage or anything, added anything to the area? I think looking at the report, it was saying you guys put some new signage, you changed your time for your pickups, I think from 9 to 2. I mean, they start at 9, get out at 2 kind of thing.
That is correct. And there is temporary signage that we use when we are occupying the space, and we take that in each night or each afternoon and put it back out in the morning.
Okay. Now going to, I think Councilmember Rary was saying in regards to, obviously you're not adding any students and you're being able to use the space that you have currently. Is the new portables going to be used for different types of maybe classes that you're trying to offer? More, I guess, subjects and things like that? Or is it just actually to use the same amount of students, but just maybe have more space? I mean, does that make any sense?
It does, yeah. So let me clarify. There are 2 classrooms that we utilize now that are undersized, and there can only be 14 students in each of those classrooms. So we have waiting lists for all grades. So what we're trying to do is give those 2 classrooms a bigger space to be in. We will use those 2 rooms as resource rooms. And then we currently have the kindergarten and first grade sharing a space. We will separate them into individual classrooms. And then we have 2 classes meeting in the sanctuary, the main meeting space, separated by a pipe and drape. We would put them into more of a traditional classroom, as we would what's currently our 8th grade class, which meets in kind of the entrance narthex area of the church.
Now, when you say resource room, I mean, people will take that in many different ways. What does that look like as a resource room?
So it could be potentially for like a Spanish class. It could be for a music class. It could be for tutoring. So I don't know that we have a specific use for those yet, because we really don't have access to them at this point for that purpose.
So those 2 classrooms would be still utilized to be able to do some type of teaching, right?
Yes.
Okay. I know a lot of questions have been asked. Anything else? I don't have anything. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I need Mickey to come back. Mickey, you said something that I need to ask you questions about. So one of the big concerns is a Lone Oak, and you just mentioned Lone Oak, and I was told that they would not be able to use that exit on Lone Oak. So I'm on page 25 of the agenda, and because I brought up the concern of that driveway going all the way down, and I was told no, the CUP is for them not to use that Lone Oak entrance. Is that correct?
Right. It's my understanding that what the project that's presented to you just for today is just for the portable and those classrooms. It's not necessarily for the extension, but I just want to make sure you're aware that the original project back in 2009 analyzed the bigger picture, which includes a connection to Lone Oak.
Okay, but with this CUP, can we put in there that, and the reason I'm saying this is because I have, one of the complaints is that people are speeding up and down Lone Oak to get to school on the back end. And I don't know if you're familiar with Carondelet and De La Salle, but they actually have in the neighborhoods, if you use it for school traffic, you can get a ticket. Does our city do anything like that to make sure that the traffic stays out of the neighborhoods?
Not along public roads.
But they do it in public roads in, what is it, Concord, Walnut Creek?
Yeah,
So
I'd have to look into that. Yeah, but to your earlier question of can you add a condition that specifically prohibits construction of the access onto Lone Oak as part of this CUP, I believe you can do that. And I'll defer to Katie if I'm stepping.
Okay. Yeah, because I was told that no, they were not going to use, so then I didn't even bring it up. But now that you mentioned it, that kind of, then I kind of want it to be specified in the CUP that the school entrance is to be off Adams, not Lone Oak.
Right, and that's the intent. But again, I'll defer to Katie if I'm stepping out of line, if we can add a specific condition to prohibit vehicular access onto Lone Oak at this time for the CUP.
And I hope people know that we're asking these questions. It's not like we don't want a school. We just want to mitigate any kind of anything that we see. So that's kind of the exercise that I'm going through right now, is like any kind of watch outs that we don't have to come back and fix them later. Anything should be taken care of now. Just real quick on that one.
So just to close the loop on this one, yes, Mr. Sabota is right. We could reinforce the existing provisions which provide that access is only to be opened up upon the development of the parsonage and require that the school continue to adhere to the circulation plan that has been presented. You currently have a condition of approval that addresses that circulation plan. And while the council continues its discussions, I can look at how that might be modified to reinforce that point for your later consideration when you come to a vote.
Okay. Thank you. And the only reason is that it is a straight street with like no stops and people are like speeding down it, you know, and heading down real fast. I'll have a look.
Councilmember Rare.
Yes, I have a couple questions for Mike Curtis first and then to staff. On the south side of the property, there's those large trees. Those will continue to exist there?
For this application, yes, we have no plans to change those.
Okay. And as this is a school, do you have bicycle racks there for the kids who do live in the community and who are close?
We do.
Okay, good. All right, and the rest is for staff. So in the general plan goal, COS 9, promote conservation and energy and other natural resources. Under building design policy COS 9-1, require all new public and privately constructed buildings to meet and comply with the most current green development standards in the California Code of Regulations, CCR Title 24. Does this comply with that?
So at the time of building permit submittal, they would be required to meet with all California building code requirements.
Okay, well, and I guess that's California code. So, and now they mentioned a lawn between the trees, I think, which is interesting because we generally do foliage in there. Is there a reason why we're doing lawn versus a drought tolerant plant?
Do you mean the area, the grassy area that's enclosed in the fence?
Well, I don't know that there's a grassy, it says play area. I don't know how much of that will be lawn, but I think it said between the sumac trees that there would be lawn. And generally, when we've got landscaping around something, we require not lawn, but foliage and preferably a drought resistant plant, which would save on water.
Yes, I would refer to Mike. Mike, I believe that's the grassy area for the playground, correct?
So I think there's two things being discussed right now, Crystal. I think there's the concern that the council member is bringing up concerning the space between the trees, I'm sorry, between the fence and the portables. That would be occupied by the sumac trees. And as you go to the south side of the portables, there we're proposing another play area, which we would just make a grass area, a turf area.
But didn't you also in there, and I'm sorry because I've got notes from two different meetings on here. I wasn't able to find it. But didn't you also specify that you'd be planting grass between the sumac trees?
There's no plan to put grass in that area. I don't think it would survive. There's not going to be enough sunlight in that space to support grass.
All right. And for staff, is there a reason why, at least on the street side, that we're not requiring landscaping or landscaping between it, some type of foliage, native plant between the trees that are along the sidewalk?
Regarding the Grant Street side?
Yes.
Yes. So there is existing landscaping there, and there will be a fence with the African sumac around the perimeter of the fence. So the existing landscaping will stay there, and they're going to plant the African sumac on that side.
Okay. And for their lawn that is in the back of in the playground area, do we have a possibility to, is there a possibility of having reclaimed water there, or, do we have piping down that roadway that they might be able to utilize for their area?
I would have to defer to Mickey. Engineering and Public Works could probably help answer that question.
If I can answer that question after the next one, I'm pulling up the GIS map right now.
Okay. Let me keep going. As far as my mind just went blank. Oh, as far as the portables, now there's a conceptual drawing of the portables, and I did stop by City Hall today to try to look at the boards that would show the colors and so forth of it. The coloring that is shown for the portables, is there a reason why it's that kind of yellowish mustard color versus the beautiful white of the rock church?
So yes, with the proposed plans, it does say it will match the colors of the existing building. I think the colors you see is just more of the printer. Sometimes the colors don't come out as they should. So there is a condition, and the plans do say that it must match the colors of the existing building.
Okay, well, that's good. And do we have an actual picture of the modular units? And now I've got no problem with modular units. These just remind me of something you would see on a construction site, the modular units that they have for the general manager of a construction site. And I did look at modular units, and there's lots of beautiful types of modular units. So is there a picture that we can see that actually shows what this is going to look like versus, an artist rendering?
So I don't know if the
artist rendering makes it look very cheap.
Definitely. If there's something that the applicant can show or let me know, I could pull up online, and maybe we could share that on the screen.
I don't have it currently. We're working with a supplier, and she worked with Sterling Architects to develop those architectural renderings based on the units that they would provide us.
Mickey, you look like you have an answer.
There is a non-potable line in Grant Street west of the building, but not east of the building. So I think we could certainly look into providing recycled or non-potable water to this site. I don't know if it's going to be feasible, but we can certainly look into that.
Yeah, that sounds cost prohibitive to require to do that. Okay. Let me see. There are now when the Rock Church came in, I was really impressed with the fact that they looked at what was around, and they wanted to complement the Marsh Creek Elementary School across the street. And so I was really impressed with that. And I know you're looking at building something down the line, but while it may be 7 years, it could be 20 years. The aesthetics, according to our general plan, is that the goal LU2, establish and maintain residential neighborhoods, which this will have a neighborhood on the south side of it, as well as on the east side. It already does have a neighborhood, and somewhat farther away on the north side. But it says that the aesthetics and noise shall be designed to ensure compatibility between the uses, and to reduce any potential negative impacts associated with the aesthetics. And as I said, these kind of, by the pictures that we're looking at, they look like a construction site's general manager's modular unit, which doesn't bring it into the neighborhood. Even the older unit that is on the corner, I think it's 1971 Oak Street. I drove by there, and the front of it has a beautiful wood that they've done over their porch, and they've improved there. So even though it's a much older home, they went and actually I think it may even be the church's unit that you've gone above and beyond to improve that residence there on the corner. And why and I'd like to see some improvements on this modular unit so that it looks like it belongs in the community. And I think some of the reason for putting that, split fence, wood fence up around it is to shield it. And I know that you've got the kids in there playing, but it seems like you're trying to hide it. And so it is something that we do look for in design. Now, why did you decide for the applicant, why did you decide on that unit?
We looked at compatibility with the mission that we had for it, which was classrooms. So it met that need. It met the need for the building code in California. And it, with the artist rendering and the mitigation that is put into place, we feel that it fits in fairly well.
So for staff on goal LU6, maintain and enhance the visual quality of Brentwood by promoting the highest standards of architecture and site design for all development projects, both public and private. So how can we work to improve this so that it looks like it belongs in there and it's at the highest quality? I understand these are temporary buildings, but I did look at other modular units that are out there, and there's a wide variety of modular units. And classrooms, for classrooms. I specifically looked for classrooms. And I mean, there was some that were really impressive. Now they may cost a heck of a lot more money than what the church has available, but there's got to be something that we can do to maintain the quality and promote the highest standards of architecture and site design based on our general plan. So from staff's point of view, what can we do?
So design can be subjective, meaning what's quality or highest quality. We did present the initial project to our peer review architect, Larry Cannon, and he provided some recommendations, including the trellises and then the entryways and the grapevines. Is there something specific? I don't know if the applicant has looked into other items that they could do. They have screened it with a fence and with the trees. It is a temporary building within 7 to 10 years, but I understand your point of what can they do now. So I'm not sure what the applicant has as options. You know, if stucco is an option, or changing the siding to a smooth siding to match the church a little bit more. And
policy LU 6-2, maintain the character of existing neighborhoods by ensuring new development is compatible in size or style, size, color, and footprint with existing residents in the neighborhood. And this is supposed to be part of the church, but yet it doesn't appear to be part of the church. The church is of the stucco.
Can I piggyback that real quick? Councilmember, sorry, but I agree. I think stucco, I mean, we just went through like ADUs and SB9s, and we were very particular about them matching. You know, we keep coming back to design standards, right? And you know, the stucco would be a big plus. The tile roofs, it specifically says in our design standards, tile roofs. So I think that maybe some of those things would be helpful. I mean, I don't know, just piggybacking on what Crystal was saying. But yeah.
So with the modular that they're proposing, we would have to see if that's something possible with what the modular is, if you could add those components to the proposal.
Yeah, rather than the wood slat look, something that actually looks like it is part of the church, as this is an extension of the school. That is in the church. Let me see, what else?
Was there something specific?
Well, if we can, I mean, even if it's a flat-sided building versus the wood slat, because then it's painted and it you know, and you can embellish it with the at least on the side that faces, well, I guess that would have to be because of the way it's situated.
I guess I just don't understand why we wouldn't ask for the same as we did with our ADUs, right? On ADU, they have to match the same materials, have to be on an ADU as the main house. So I don't think it's a lot to ask for them to go see if that's something that they could do to match it. Because we keep going, I mean, we've always talked about design standards, and are we not going to do it, or are we going to do it? Like,
yeah.
Like
and it's part of the general plan.
Yeah, and it's in the general plan. Portables are not part of our design standards at all. So how do we camouflage it?
Just to jump in here, you do have the applicant on the line. It might be useful at this point to ask the applicant if any of these requested modifications are feasible, so that before you get to a vote, you've had a chance to hear from them and know where that conversation might go.
So portable units typically don't have stucco because they have to be transported from where they're built to where they're going to be placed, and stucco won't survive that transport. I can check with the supplier to see if a smooth T111 as opposed to a slotted T111 could be used on the building. That I don't know. It depends on what they have at the time we call and ask them for them.
Yeah, it's because even in the building design guidelines of the commercial and industrial, on page 17, item 5, utilize interesting building forms. Got to be telling you this, there's nothing interesting about this. Avoid large box-like structures is item 6. Item 7, avoid visible blank walls. These are all part of those guidelines. While you may have met one of the guidelines in there, you're not necessarily, that was the only one that it said that you met was number 1. And again, as I said, I did see one modular unit that did have the flat surface. Now it may not be through the same group that you're using, but it is something that is out there, and was beautifully done. It was really a nice looking building, or a nice looking modular classroom. Let's see what else. Use appropriate materials and colors. You said that you're going to match the school and that you're going to do the trellis work. Is there a reason why you're going with grapes? Because they're dormant like 6 months out of the year.
That was a suggestion from staff.
Okay. Something with more foliage might be better. And I'm not crazy about the composite roof. I don't know if there's anything we can do about that, but the what's around you will not be composite.
Yeah, again, these are planned for temporary use, not for permanent. This is a stepping stone to a bigger, better situation.
And I understand that, but you said maybe 7 years, maybe longer. You know, we had neighbors. There was a modular unit similar to what we're looking at that went in as an ADU, and people were just calling and emailing us off the hook regarding the atrocity that was in their neighborhood, and how could we let that be put into their neighborhoods. And so I'm concerned that and unfortunately we hadn't adopted our ADU design guidelines at that time. It had just been passed through the state that we had to allow them. And so that got put up before we could do that. And so, I mean, just so many people called about that. And that's why I'm so concerned with following what our, not only our commercial and industrial design guidelines state for, you know, not just one of them, but the guidelines. It's not a guideline, it's guidelines. And also to follow our general plan. And that's why I'm trying to see how we can work with you to bring this to a better looking unit.
And I appreciate that very much. And we will follow whatever guideline staff requests of us. Okay. And we will source whatever they ask us to source.
Okay, great.
Marari?
Yes.
I just wanted to bring into account that there are some features on the church building that aren't on these modulars that could probably fairly easily be applied, such as black awnings that would provide a lot of depth and dimension to those flatter walls. They may not be able to stucco it at factory, but there may be a text coat that can be applied once it's put in place. So text coat is a surface application that mimics stucco. So that I'm not sure if, the siding that comes with the modular can, that it would adhere to it, but it might, because text coat can be applied to many surfaces. So that would be something we could pursue in lieu of the flat siding. So I think there's a few specific things that could be done on these modulars above the fence line that would have a lot of impact and would not need a new type of structure to be produced on the site.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, you said there was black, what awnings?
There are black awnings on the church.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, those two things right there sound like great additions to it, to make it seem like it's more part of the church and not just something that was thrown back there and fenced around. Okay, thank you.
What did you mean by above? Above the fence line? We would want the whole thing stuccoed, right?
I meant the awnings, you would be able to see those above the fence. So they would have a meaningful difference.
Okay,
right.
Thank you. Sorry.
And just to add on regarding what the peer review architect added, which is part of the condition, to add a little bit more projection to the walls, the window trims will be a 2-inch depth, so it wouldn't be flat. And then the pillars for the trellises will have stone columns as well.
Yeah, but when people are driving down the roadway, that's towards the center of it. Whereas you're driving down and you're seeing this flat trailer looking thing as you're driving down on Grant Street. So it's, as I said, we've already had that type of thing put in as an ADU. And we do have the design guidelines that we need to follow. And I did appreciate the 2-inch, the wood eaves around the windows. That I did notice. But I thought that we really needed to do more to make this not look like a trailer. But thank you. I do like the text coat and the black awnings.
Councilmember Meyer.
Katie, did you need to say something first?
Thank you so much. You're so kind. I don't want to interrupt the flow of conversation, but I do also want to bring up the fact that we haven't heard from the remainder of the public yet. And before you get into actual discussion, if you have further clarification questions, I don't want to stop you from that. But if we're going to get into more discussion type, perhaps you'd like to stop and hear from the public first. So just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you for letting me interrupt.
Fair enough. So I will save my comment I was going to make and just ask my question. Is there currently a crossing guard from across Adams Lane?
Standing on the corner.
We have our own employee, but I think the school has a crossing guard. I don't know that it's specific for Vineyard Academy. I think Marsh Creek has one over there.
But during your times of start and ending of school, you've got a staffer there
member on the street. Yeah.
Okay, great.
I mean,
Thank you.
Side.
Yeah, I know what you meant. Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'll save my comments for later. Thanks.
Councilmember Mendoza.
No, I'll leave it for discussion. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Then at this time, we will open public comments regarding this item. Turn to you, Margaret.
In addition to the public comments that were included in the agenda packet, staff received 5 emails for the May 24th City Council meeting that are shown on the screen. Full copies of these comments will be made available on the City Council agenda page. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I currently have 5 hands raised. I'll start with Eric Schumacher, followed by David Pritchett. Mr. Schumacher, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Eric Schumacher. I want to thank the Brentwood City Council and the mayor for the opportunity to share about Vineyard Academy and the positive impact it has made on my family. I'm thankful that my youngest son was able to attend Vineyard Academy this past school year. Both of my sons will be attending Vineyard in the fall, and my oldest, who will be in 7th grade, will directly benefit by the expansion of Vineyard's campus because his class will finally be able to have their own classroom. As others have mentioned previously in other meetings and the Planning Commission, we love the small class sizes and love the uplifting learning environment provided by the staff and the wonderful teachers at Vineyard Academy. My wife and I are delighted that our children are not only able to grow academically and socially at Vineyard, but they are also supported emotionally and spiritually in their character development as well. This is a great school, and it only expands more opportunities for diverse and high quality education offered to kids and the families of the city of Brentwood. In addition, I've witnessed how the staff at Vineyard Academy have worked to be good neighbors with the city at their current location. For example, when traffic on Adams and Grant Streets became an issue early in the school year, the school communicated instructions and worked with the staff and parents to ensure an efficient drop-off and pickup car line that would not back up traffic on those streets. I saw firsthand how they were able to creatively use the space in the existing parking lot to manage a car line that did not contribute to more traffic on those streets. Since the proposed site plan is to serve the same number of students currently, the plan to develop more classroom space will not impact the current traffic situation one way or the other. In the interest of time, finally, I've reviewed the documentation provided in the City Council agenda for tonight's meeting. It's apparent to me that Vineyard Academy has fulfilled the prerequisites and conditions to have their conditional use permit unanimously approved by the city's Planning Commission for Brentwood on April 19th, 2022. They've already completed what has been asked of them. They've also stated even in this meeting that they're willing to work with the City Council with the other recommendations provided. And I see no reason why their proposed site plan should be delayed again by the city. Unless there can be a clear and compelling reason why the proposed site plan that was approved by the Planning Commission should be disputed, I respectfully ask that the Brentwood City Council allow for Vineyard Academy's approved permit to proceed unhindered and without further delay. Thank you again for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Pritchett, followed by Rod. Mr. Pritchett, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just, my time is stuck on 6 seconds, so yeah. Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to say how impressed I am at the detail of scrutiny that you guys have exhibited here, and obviously you guys are professionals at what you do, and I appreciate that because we care deeply about Brentwood and how it grows. I also wanted to say, because I got two boys just finished grade 2. They've been with Vineyard Academy since the beginning of grade 1, and how much they've grown and how much our family has benefited from Vineyard Academy, and just the way the professionalism and the way the teachers carry themselves and in the classroom and outside of the classroom, put on extramural events and really show our children what it's like and how to behave and conduct themselves. And it really takes a lot of pressure off our family because I think otherwise we would not be in the same position. I mentioned previously on another town hall meeting that we were looking at moving out of this area to find better schooling. We found Vineyard Academy, and because of Vineyard Academy, we are staying in this area. I see my two children continuing on through grade 8 with Vineyard Academy. I also wanted to give us a short character reference for Mike Curtis. I've known Mike Curtis for 14 years. When I started my business in 2008, he was one of the first people that advertised with me in my magazine for his business, TD Construction. When we started in 2008, it was tough times. We struggled to launch our magazine, and Mike Curtis was one of the advertisers that displayed incredible generosity in helping us build our magazine, and I have no doubt in the quality of construction, as I've known him for many years, and I've seen images and being directly involved in his business. And I know that without a doubt, he will build incredible units. I'm not sure if he's doing the building, but I know his ability is exemplary.
Speaker's timer had expired. The next speaker is Rod, followed by Amanda Miller. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank the City Council for pulling this and bringing it forward. I was at attendance in that meeting, and I will say that when I saw the renders on the proposed buildings, they look very plain to me. Nothing I would want to put a kid in. I would like, as a school, I would like children to have a place that was uplifting, and so I'm very pleased. And also something that doesn't look like military barracks. You know, I grew up on bases. I'm a service brat, and I'm very familiar with that style of building, and it's not uplifting at all, and it's not something we need in Brentwood. So I welcome the improvements. I will say also that a private school is not really a public benefit in the eyes of a lot of people, because every child that you take out of school, and I know way more than I want to know about LCFF funding, believe me, because I was sued once over it by a developer. And so I know how schools are funded, and what they're funded by is average daily attendance. So anytime you take a child out of a school, you're defunding that school by one ADA. And back in 2005, that was like $8,000 and something dollars. I imagine it's probably up over 10 now. So it's not without its cost to the public. We all pay for the public schools. I don't have any kids in public schools. I pay for public schools because I believe in education, and also because I have to, because that's on my taxes, and I support that. I'm happy to pay that tax. And so a private school defunds public schools. So it's not all roses. I do appreciate that people felt like they had to have their kids go to a school and gather together in the middle of a pandemic. I think other people felt very differently about that. It's not non-controversial to say that, oh, it was a great benefit to our community to have kids gathering together in the middle of a pandemic. I just don't know. Finally, I want to talk about the traffic a little bit. You know, they talked much at that meeting about how they had bent over backwards to mitigate traffic. But once again, nobody looked around the corner, and we do have ongoing issues with traffic studies here. And I get that they're done by a formula, but when you look at a neighborhood, you can only look at the traffic, you know, very close to the neighborhood. And if the thing is smaller than a certain number of units, certain number of trips a day, you don't get to count it all. However, you take 5 of those and add them up, you're going to have more traffic. So there's no way to plan for it because the planning standards are not correct. And you know, people bringing their kids to school using Lone Oak as a racetrack really didn't get mentioned. Public commenters mentioned it, and the Planning Commission ignored them. Thank you.
Speaker is Amanda Miller, followed by Shannon Jackson. Amanda, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My husband and I currently have a son at Vineyard Academy and 2 children who will eventually attend. We are longtime residents of the area and wanted to express our heartfelt support for Vineyard Academy and the placement of much needed portable classrooms on its campus. Our son started attending VA last year, and it's been a wonderful blessing to our family. There are so many aspects of the school that have been a great benefit to us, starting with the staff's true joy for teaching. From day one, they've made us feel like part of a family. They care about what is best for our child and take a genuine interest in his success. The intimate class size, love for the gospel, and dedication towards shaping children with strong morals and community spirit has been wonderful. The location of the school could not be any better as well. We recently moved into the Pruitt Ranch neighborhood across from the Rock Church, and it has allowed us to be able to walk to school, which we enjoy very much. And it's been more than ideal, and we are very, very thankful for it. I know some people have expressed concerns about the traffic and noise, but as a resident living right next to the school and a mom who goes in and out of the neighborhood several times a day, too many times a day, I can assure you that there really haven't been any issues. The school's improved loop has made the drop off and pickup very efficient. And the staggered playtimes actually keep it quieter than the school across the way. I can actually hear the difference. So just wanted to point that out. And then currently several grades must share a classroom. And I'm sure if you can remember back to your school days, you can imagine how difficult and distracting that may be. In order to facilitate the best learning environment, portable classrooms are necessary. Each grade level would be able to have its own dedicated space, and this is essential for students to be able to adequately focus and comfortably interact with their teachers and not be worried about stepping on the toes of the teacher that's right next door to them, just with their fake wall. In closing, we would ask that you please let this school flourish to its potential by allowing these classrooms to be placed. The staff, parents, and students take great pride in what it has become and what it can be for our community. We feel safe and proud to send our children there, knowing that they are in caring hands and learning how to become devoted, productive citizens, which I feel is one of the most important things about this school and where it's trying to take it. So thank you for your time and consideration this evening and regarding this matter.
Thank you. The next speaker is Shannon Jackson, followed by Kyle Baker. Shannon, go ahead. Shannon, you'll need to unmute.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm logging on remotely. I don't want to sound redundant, so I will try to just keep it short and sweet. My name is Shannon Jackson, and I currently have 2 children that have been students at Vineyard Academy now for the last 2 years. I myself was born and raised in Discovery Bay, and I graduated from Liberty High School. After graduating from college, I moved back to this area with my now husband to start our family. I am a business owner of a small business located right downtown here in the heart of Brentwood. I adore this town and all that it has to offer for our families. By speaking tonight, I hope that I, along with all the others, can express the importance of Vineyard Academy receiving these portables and the impact that this school has had on so many families right here in our community. The portables in question are a necessity for them to continue to provide the best environment for their students and for their staff. It will allow them to fulfill what their vision was intended to do all along. The portables will not increase the number of students. It will have zero effect on the traffic to and from campus and in the surrounding areas. They will simply give the space to the staff and the students that have been sharing the main hall and the existing classrooms already on our campus. For the classes that have had to improvise, it will provide them with their own space and less distractions. I have a daughter who has struggled in school. She has some learning difficulties that have made things very challenging. With the curriculum that they offer, she has excelled since starting at Vineyard Academy. The smaller class sizes, the support and the guidance that they have received from the staff has helped them grow and succeed not only in the classroom, but socially and emotionally. They absolutely love being there. And as a parent, this kind of growth in your child is nothing short of a blessing. Vineyard Academy is what our community needs. When we see so many young children that are struggling right now, it hurts my heart to know that there are other options for them and a place that they can grow like we have watched our children grow. I really do, want to thank you for the time that you have taken to hear our hearts on why these portables are so important to all of us. We thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kyle Baker, followed by Mike Curtis. Kyle, go ahead.
Hey there, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Awesome, I appreciate it. Mayor, council members, thank you very much for taking the time to hear me speak tonight. My name is Kyle Baker. I have been a Brentwood resident for 8 years now. I am a local first responder, and I am a true believer in the city of Brentwood, the Brentwood community, and the work that you guys do. I understand how cumbersome and challenging your guys' jobs are. So as a citizen here, I appreciate your guys' service to us here in the community. I have a soon-to-be second grader at Vineyard Academy. She just finished up her first grade year. And then I also have a kindergartner headed in. And I can say without an unequivocal doubt that the Vineyard Academy is an absolutely amazing place for our children in this community. It is a school that strives truly to build leaders. And the way that they interact with these children, the education that they're providing it's truly amazing. I've been absolutely impressed with everything that they've done. Another thing that I've been really impressed about is how they've worked the logistics. Being a first responder, I completely understand some of the concerns, some of the operational aspects of things when it comes to traffic and so on. But as it's been proven, you're dealing with a group of folks that is extremely concerned with what the concerns of the community are. And anytime that an issue has come up, i.e. traffic, it has been addressed extremely quickly and without an issue whatsoever. So you're dealing with a group of folks that it listens to what the community has to say and solve those problems. One thing that I can say about why these portables are so important is multiple times this year, I volunteered in my daughter's first grade classroom. And this is one of the classrooms that was shared. So imagine a big group of kindergartners and a big group of first graders sharing a classroom together. It is a very interesting dynamic that the teachers have done a great job mitigating. But the truth is, I'm not aware of any other schools in Brentwood where a kindergarten class has to share with a first grade class. So all we're really asking from you folks is to support your planning commission who already approved this. And obviously all the reports clearly side on that this is a good project to sign off on and just give these kids really the same area and opportunity that the other kids in Brentwood have. So with that, I leave you and I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me.
The next speaker is Mike Curtis, followed by Rick and Michelle Campos.
Good evening. In addition to being the applicant, I was asked by one of our parents to read a statement because she could not participate tonight. Good evening, Brentwood City Council members and Mayor Joel Bryant. My name is Patty Bristow. I lived in Brentwood during my 34-year career as a teacher and counselor in the Brentwood Union School District. I'm here to speak on behalf of Vineyard Academy. My 3 grandchildren attended Vineyard Academy last year, and my oldest granddaughter attends this year. Vineyard Academy has 3 most admirable qualities that it brings to the world of education. First and foremost is the quality of the learning. Second is the human kindness that is consistently exhibited every day through the teachers and students to each other. And third is the use of common sense and respect shared by everyone. There is no discipline policy because it's not needed at VA. No one falls through the cracks because there aren't any cracks. Every child is their first priority. Not one day went by last year that any of my grandchildren ever said, I don't want to go to school. They loved being there. It was such a joy for me to take them to school the entire year. But let me tell you what is most important. The most important thing is the city of Brentwood. How lucky are you to have this gem in your community? This school is such an asset to the diversity of Brentwood. Vineyard Academy is making a difference in the quality of education available in Brentwood. And as a side note about portables, my husband, Bill Bristow, built 6 of the schools in the Brentwood Union School District. It is required by the state of California that 1/4 of all the school campuses be portable classrooms. I applaud Vineyard Academy for following state guidelines. I encourage you to embrace Vineyard Academy as a vibrant asset to Brentwood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rick and Michelle Campos.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bryant and City Council for listening. My name's Rick Campos, Rick and Michelle Campos, and we housed Vineyard Academy their first year in existence. So I have proof of, and living proof, and we live on the property of how they perform. And as far as any of the City Council members that are concerned about noise or traffic, I lived here. It was not an issue whatsoever. There, you know, we had to get a lot of people in and out. At that time, we were around 80 students, and they did a great job of getting the students in and out. Again, the noise was minimal, and I live on the property, so I've lived it. And the testimonies that have come out of that school has just been totally amazing. And another thing I think the school does is it gives people choice, because there's a lot of people in our community that don't really care for our public school system. And this gives them a choice to send their kids to a different place to get a great education. So I just wanted to let you guys know that Vineyard Academy is ran by awesome people, and they'll work with the city, whatever needs to be done. And I think the Planning Commission sees that, and that's why they've approved this project. So thank you for your time, and help us get this pushed through. Thank you.
I have one additional hand raised. T. Lee. T. Lee, go ahead. T. Lee, can you unmute? T. Lee, did you want to speak? I don't think that they're responding to the request to unmute.
Hey, Margaret, are there any further hands raised for public comment?
There's no additional hands.
Okay, thank you. At this time, unless that is them trying with that static.
That may have been my mic.
Okay, okay. Then at this time, we'll close public comment. And
It looks like they just unmuted.
Yeah.
Okay, then we'll reopen public comment and let this.
Healy, go ahead. Now it looks like they've put their hand down now.
Okay, then at this time, we will close public comment, and I will need a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
We have a first.
Second.
A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Into council discussion. Councilmember Mendoza.
After everything we've gone through, I think we need the original, this is what I would be happy with. If we had the original masonry wall that was originally supposed to be there, making sure no traffic off Lone Oak. I'd like a permanent sign at their driveway, just to, I mean, I don't know, my kids went to Catholic school. I'm all about Catholics, but they have a permanent sign. So you don't have to worry about someone rushing out and being late because that had happened. So they put up a permanent sign exiting the driveway. The stucco, the awnings, and then a tile roof. And I know they could probably put that on portables on site, like was mentioned before. So I think those things would make it fit in with the neighborhood. I don't think we'd hear any feedback from the residents if it looked like it fit and it wasn't, looking like it looked in the pictures. But I don't know how everyone else feels about that.
Thank you. Councilmember Rare?
I'm sorry, you said the text coat? Did you say the text?
Yes, I'm sorry, I called it stucco, but yeah, so it's not, yeah.
And the black awnings to match the church.
I mean, I'm looking at the side of the church. It has rock at the bottom, but I mean, that might be a little overkill. I mean, it looks really nice, but that's overkill.
And it's behind the fence, so even if they put it on there, it wouldn't be seen. I have to agree with everything the council member Mendoza had said. As I didn't mention, we have high standards in Brentwood, and even the guidelines that we have were adopted in 2001. That was back in 2001, where we established all these high standards for the city. And we see that all around. And when something isn't up to the high standards that the city is used to seeing, they let us know. I think by having them do those items, the sound wall, the black awnings, the text coat, it's going to make a huge difference in the appearance of the school. I think it'll even be better. I heard great things from the public about the quality of education at this school. But I think for the kids who have to go out to those portables, to have these little extras out there will make them feel like they're just as good as the kids that are in this high quality church that's behind them. Just by adding the text code and those awnings, I would like to look at something different for the instead of having grapes over the awnings. I can just imagine grapes falling from the top of those trellises down onto the kids, and the mess that those grapes will make as the kids going in and out of the classrooms. I mean, there's pink jasmine, there's fig, what else was there? Climbing fig is another one that is, although climbing fig's got the little fruit too that falls as well. That might not be a good idea. It's something to eat during lunchtime, I guess. But yeah, I think it'll give them pride being able to go out to those classrooms and meet the high standards that people expect from Brentwood and our architecture that has been set as standards in not only those commercial and industrial guidelines, but also in our general plan. And I've got a whole lot of other general plan listings that I could go through and say, this is what it says, but I'm gonna just stay away from those unless you guys want to hear from me. Yeah, if you all agree on those, I think we've got a winner.
Councilmember Meyer.
And that is why we call her the encyclopedia. And I wanted to mention too, this is not us picking on the school project in any way, shape, or form. We went through a very similar process recently to approve the design for a bathroom at a park. So these kinds of design standards are, they're critical to keeping our quality of life at the level that we all want it to be. And I think it's really important for us to remind everyone listening to that all of the general public doesn't get the chance to speak with the applicants and ask questions and understand truly what it is they're seeing as they drive by. They rely on us to ask those questions and to push back on those concerns. They write to us, and so we can then incorporate some of their questions into ours. So we're doing our jobs when we push back and when we question things and when we demand a higher standard. That's what we're here to do. So I was looking at one of the letters that was part of the agenda packet from Mike Curtis, and it said, again, we are happy to comply with all city planning and building requirements. We just don't want to be unnecessarily delayed. And when I saw that, I thought, I can see how important this is to the school leaders to work with the city. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the mitigations that you've made so far to work with us and to make sure that we're on the right path when it comes to traffic and noise and everything. I do agree with what has been laid out as far as design standards and what we would like to see for this project to be fully approved. But I do think that the school has proven to be a huge benefit to a lot of people in the city. I know for a fact, as a mother of a child that learned differently, that not all schools are for every person. Not everybody fits within the public school model. So the idea of having some variety here and having some options for families that want something that works a little bit differently, I think that's a wonderful thing. And if we can work together to make sure that the beauty of the school that you're seeing and that you're getting for your families is also the beauty of what we want to actually physically see, I think we're onto something here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I just want to start off by thanking the parents and the community for calling in and speaking. And it's really nice to hear that there's another option out there for our students to have and families. I also want to thank the staff from the church that are willing to work with the city when it comes to making things right for everyone. I agree. If there's some aesthetics that we can work on, exactly what that looks like, I'm not sure. I think that at some point we'll be able to see what they can do. I don't know if I agree with the wall itself. I know there's a school next door, and I don't know if they have a wall, but I just think that, working on the building itself would be important. I'm not sure of the wall, but I do agree with mostly everything that's been said. So once again, thank you to the public and to the parents that have spoken, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward.
Thank you. I have to say that I want to echo the sentiments that the rest of council has made regarding Vineyard Academy's willingness to work with the city and the speed with which they responded to the concerns with the traffic issues. I have walked the property and walked through the classrooms and looked at the facility that they're using right now. Something that has not been said at this point is I observed that the quality of the layout, the tidiness, the cleanliness, and the very professional way the classrooms were set up was very impressive also. If I had kids school age, I would be very happy for them to be in an environment like that, that brings quality education as well as a good learning environment. I've been in a lot of different schools. We moved often when I was a young person. And there really is a difference in your ability to excel in learning based upon your environment. And so I do want to thank Vineyard Academy for their willingness to work with us. I also agree. I've never seen a modular that was lovely, attractive, or that I would want to have to spend a lot of time in. I spent time in modulars as a student. The teacher is what made the difference most of the time, in spite of the atmosphere. So I think with some adjustment that Mr. Curtis has said he's willing to work with, I think we could have a school here that looks good as well. I can't put it as well as all the other council people have eloquently stated, but I do want to express my support for this opportunity. I work with young people on a vocational level as well. And Councilmember Meyer is right. Not every learner is the same. And this diversity in our community, I think, is a real true asset. Having said that, I'm in full support of moving forward with this, as has been suggested. So do we have a motion regarding this item?
Katie just popped. You're on mute, Katie.
Thank you so much. If I could interrupt for just one moment, you've given us all quite a bit to think about. We want to make sure we've captured your direction correctly. Might we ask for a 5-minute recess to get some language together for you to review, and then we could proceed?
Okay.
Yes, at this time then, we are recessed for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, we will reconvene from the last 5 minutes of recess. And Katie, if you would feel free to join us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we want to wait for just one more minute for Councilmember Rary, then we'll have everyone aboard. There we go. Oh, you're on mute.
I said I was on. I had turned my microphone on instead of starting my videos. I did the wrong buttons.
Thank you for giving us some time to do our work. We've had a chance to do that and we're ready to proceed. But before we go that far, it has also come to our attention that the mayor's church uses the Rock Church 1 day a week for services. And while we don't think this is likely to be determined to be a legal conflict of interest, in an abundance of caution, our best advice would be for the mayor to consider recusing himself. Like I said, we don't believe this would necessarily constitute a conflict, but that is our advice to offer the mayor, and I'll let him determine at this time how he would like to proceed.
I am happy to do that. Just for clarification, the Rock Church is the entity that owns the building. It is not Vineyard Academy. And we lease the church that I work for leases the building 1 day a week. We have no interaction whatsoever with Vineyard Academy. But at this time, in an abundance of caution, I will be happy to recuse myself to avoid any conflict of interest appearance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we could ask you then to turn off your video and camera, we will contact you when we have moved on to the next item for your participation again.
I can. Thank you.
Thank you. With regard to the changes to the conditions of approval that the council had discussed, if I might share my screen for a moment and give the council a chance to look at what we have captured as your direction. Can everyone see this text? So we have existing conditions of approval requiring conformance with the site plans as proposed. The underlined language would be new and would require the installation of awnings in Part A, and Part B would require the permittee to work with the manufacturer of the portable buildings to determine whether a wall coating could be added and then painted.
I didn't think we were saying, I mean, I think we know it can. I don't want to leave it open to if feasible.
Okay. Do you want to hear from the applicant at all as to that point, or do you want to proceed?
No, I think that because of what we've heard from other neighbors in other areas, I think we need to include it.
Or find a different siding. You know, that a flat siding or.
I was just gonna say a smooth siding. Could we put that in there as an alternative?
Well, I think that, how do we know what are they gonna come back and say, these are the vendors I looked at, or how do we know what the actions were taken? Because we heard Alexis say it is possible.
Well, I think she said it might be possible. So we could, here.
So can someone on staff check the sourcing also, just to double check that?
Okay, if in the event it is infeasible, permittee shall work with city staff to determine.
I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude on this one, but we already know that we're not happy with the architectural details city staff approved or the peer review architect. So in the event that it's infeasible, it needs to come back to maybe the design. Doesn't our planning commission have a design review committee or something?
Yes.
Okay, can it come back to them?
Could we potentially
like it either, if I recall.
Can we ask them to have a special meeting if do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how often they're scheduled.
I believe they're scheduled as needed. So a meeting would be called for that purpose.
Okay.
And then we can watch that meeting like we did this. And if we're not happy, we just call it for review, right? The same process.
You can always call things up for
Okay.
review from the lower body.
Okay, so
if infeasible, permittee shall work with the design review subcommittee to arrive at an alternative enhanced coding. I'm going to ask Eric Nolthenius if he could join us on the line and tell me how that could be improved. Yes.
Can we say coating or surface? Because it might not be something added later. It might be something already there.
Thank you. Eric, do you have any improvements to this?
Good evening again. No, I think that looks fine. I just wanted to clarify from a scheduling standpoint, the commission's design review subcommittee is a standing committee. So they meet on the second and fourth Thursdays of every month. I think we could find a time that works, subsequent to tonight's meeting. If not, for some reason, we could schedule a special meeting, but we should be able to make that work.
So am I hearing from a majority that A and B are capturing your direction here? See nodding heads, okay. Condition of approval number 10, this change is to address the lack of vehicular access to Lone Oak Road.
And my understanding is that they can't make a left-hand turn onto Adams, correct?
That is correct, and I believe that is already provided in the existing conditions of approval.
Yes.
Yes.
I think so. I just wanted to clarify that.
In fact, it's right here.
Yeah.
Okay. And then a new condition would be added to require the completion of the masonry wall at this time rather than after the parsonage is built.
Can we go back to the other one about the, I don't know how everyone else feels about just a permanent sign. So it's there, it's never missing. We had that at Holy Rosary because we had the same issue over in Antioch. So they added and it just took care of it because sometimes people are late to the corner or to the end of the driveway, and therefore it was just permanent. I don't know how anyone else feels about that. It's just one sign. It's not a big deal, but then it's there. No one has to question it.
All right, I'm just looking to see
directional sign.
Huh?
I'm not clear what the sign is. Is that a directional sign?
Yeah, they're supposed to have a sign that says no left turn, and I would assume it's only school hours, right? Like from whatever time to whatever time on school days. Okay. I mean, it shouldn't be like that all the time. It's just when school's in session.
Okay.
Okay. Council member, can we have your permission to add that language with the help of the traffic engineer?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to put additional condition regarding new permanent sign with circulation directions for school use. Is that correct?
Perfect.
So would that sign be able to be removed when school's out of set, like in the summer, or how does that work?
No, at Holy Rosary, you just keep it in 365 days a year, or whatever days a year. But it says only during when school's in session. It tells you exactly when.
Okay. And then this is a repeat. We have them required to comply with the plans in both the conditional use permit and the design review. So we would add the same language to this one. Are we capturing your direction?
I had wanted the tile roof. I don't know how everyone else feels about that. That's part of our design standards. That the preference is always tile roof to stay away from composite shingles.
I would prefer a tile roof. Whether or not it can be done is,
There's super lightweight ones. I mean, it's just a tile roof look. I mean, there's the heavier versions, but then there's the really light versions.
I'm not as sure I consider that to be a requirement.
It's already pitched. If it wasn't pitched, it was flat, but it's pitched. So let's follow our design standards from 2001 is what I think.
Yeah, very, very few things have composite roofs in our city any longer.
Yeah. It would just look really out of place, especially once homes start going right next to it.
And I believe it is a general plan and maybe even design guidelines.
Yeah.
I don't think this is make or break for me. I'm just trying to make sure this is something that's.
It is for me.
What we're asking for is not going to delay things to the point,
But you just
Not
order it with it. You just order it with that type of roof.
Okay, in that case, I'm good with that.
I mean, that's my understanding. I believe you write, it's kind of like we did the bathroom, right? There's like this menu of choices and you choose what you want.
Do you want to hear from the applicant?
Is there a way that we can ask the applicant if that's something possible, or, I mean, if they've already had that discussion, if they could even do that?
I believe the applicant's still on the line if you'd like to ask them directly.
I mean, we can, but are we here to do what our design standards want, are requiring of us, or are we here to bend the rules?
I'm only suggesting it because if it's infeasible for some reason, you may perhaps wish to modify your condition in some way.
Well, I guess if it's infeasible, can they come back to us and tell us why it's infeasible when they speak to their supplier?
That would work for me.
So I would say, let's put it in there. And if they can't do it, then they can come back and we can reconvene and then move forward from there.
You can always ask them to do that. I think the element of timing is what we're trying to be mindful of. In order to be up and running for next school year, there's, certain timing markers that they have to meet. You can do whatever you want here. I'm just asking if you want to ask them now or later, whether or not this might be feasible.
I would rather them go gather the information from their supplier, and if it's not feasible, come back. But I don't know.
I think that you would consider going to your design review committee?
Yeah, if it's not feasible, then it goes to design review. That is
not us, but to the design review.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, if it's not feasible, then they can get, if the supplier for some reason says it's not, they come and bring that information back to design review. Yeah, that's good.
That makes sense to me.
Okay, do you know how much time, I mean, what are they looking at in regards to time?
I don't know what their commitments are or needs are in order to be ready for next school year, but you could ask Mr. Curtis.
So this is something, Kate, that they want to have up and going by next year, by next school year?
That's my understanding, but I'm the wrong one to ask.
Is he still on
if
the
Mr.
phone?
Curtis is still on the line, you could ask him, or Crystal DeCastro may be able to help you as well.
Yeah, Crystal, do you have that answer?
So I don't have the answer. I know they have a timeline that their school starts in August, but I don't understand the supply chain and the ordering for the materials and the building. But if Mike is on the line, I see that he still is, but he's just muted. Or maybe Rick or Michelle Campos could help answer that.
Yeah, if somebody could just answer what is their timeline in regards to wanting to have this thing operating.
What do they want to know?
They want to know the timeline for the buildings to be ready.
We want them ready by the second week of August.
Second week of August.
Yeah, I heard that. Thank you.
Okay.
You know, or a metal roof versus, I'd rather have a metal roof than a composite roof.
Yeah, yeah. The composite roofs are just,
Yes, the metal roof is more feasible.
so we can look at that.
Yeah.
Okay, Mike is calling.
Okay, and then I think that's it, right? From what we had on our list, the lone oak, permanent sign, masonry wall, tile roof, the site, the stuff on the side. I think that's it, unless there's something else to do. Anything?
I think, can we adjust 7 to say that a metal would be acceptable? Because if we don't, is the design review committee gonna push back on that?
Let's add metal roof.
Yes, please add metal roof, because a tile roof on a portable building adds extra weight, and then they're not designed for that.
That was my concern on that as well, but yeah, metal roof. And I was looking at, well, I wasn't looking at your manufacturer, at least I don't think I was. But the metal roof was a common thing shown on classrooms.
And if I could clarify for the metal, do we mean standing seam metal roof painted a certain color?
Well, I was thinking that, but I didn't want to bring that up.
Well, I think it's helpful to be as specific as, as we can in the condition. So I'm assuming you don't want raw metal.
Yeah, no. Do we want it to match or the church? Trim
existing to the church.
Trim color on the church.
Same color roof as on the church.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trim color, the trim color.
The trim color.
The trim color, because there is no roof on the church.
That's right.
It's the trim that leads up to the roof line.
Yes.
Yeah, the church has 2 colors, the darker trim.
Sorry, Mike couldn't get in, so we're helping.
Thank you.
So isn't that the same color as the as what it's being shown as the base of the building? Because I don't want it to be the same color as the base of the building. I want it contrasting.
No, the building is light, and then that trim color.
Yeah, but the church is like a white color, and then kind of a tan color, and then I think the rock church is done in like a charcoal or black.
There's no.
I'm looking at the side view. I was assuming we were talking about the side view. Like what, how you can drive up the street, you're gonna pass the school and then pass the church. So that all matches, right?
I could share my screen with the elevation, the street view of the church. Would that be helpful?
Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second.
If those neighbors were to
Okay,
play
hold
around
on.
the kids' noise.
Can we make on that conditional sound wall, could we make that conditional upon complaints by the neighbors?
No.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yeah. Do you want to take your Google little person and down the side?
On the other street? There's a lot of trees, so see if you can see. Okay.
Right. Yeah, a little bit more.
Is that helpful?
Yeah, a little bit more.
Okay.
Down the street a little bit.
There's so many trees.
Right there. See how you see the awnings? I think it's going to look great. The awnings, the same color, but you see that trim color on the roof line is a different color, Karen. I was thinking that would be the metal roof.
Yeah, but that's actually more of what looks like. And again, as I said, I went out to get the color board today, but Crystal was out of the office. She was working from home. And so because the color that's being shown is more, for the modulars is more like the darker color there than the lighter color, unless that's just the way it printed out, but.
Crystal, can we make sure it matches this? The wall color is the light color and the metal roof is that darker color?
Yes, we could add it as a condition.
Okay.
That it matches is that the roof color of the building, the
Yeah,
existing
what do you
building?
think, Karen?
Yeah, no, that looks good with the black.
I think that'll look really good. And I think that was it. Anything else?
Okay, so I hear 2 votes for those color choices. Staff needs at least 3. Okay. All right.
Meyer, that's 3. I don't know about Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I had my thumb up. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And if it's all right with the council, rather than go through any more word processing at the moment, can you entrust staff with adding or amending a condition of approval to discuss the paint palette that you've directed us to use?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's it, unless you wanted to add anything in the motion about the landscaping, Karen, as Council Member Rary. It's up to you.
Yeah, just along, at least, it's, I guess, can we go farther down the street and see what that, with that, the picture of and keep going down? So, and this map is from 2021, so there's currently not landscaping there. I thought staff said that there was already landscaping there.
The landscaping I was referring to was behind the fence, and I'm going to look at the previous plans where it shows the whole site, and I think that had the landscaping overall. And that shows the trees. The landscaping for the proposal does show some trees on the grant side.
So just trees, and generally we have trees and either shrubs or ground cover or all 3 of them when we have something along the sidewalk.
So we could add a condition to enhance the landscaping on the grant side frontage.
Yeah. To probably correspond with the church's landscaping along Grant Street.
And what was that about Public Works? I missed it.
Did somebody say something about Public Works?
I wasn't sure. I thought you said something about Public Works, but I couldn't hear because it cut out.
Saying corresponding with the other landscaping.
Yeah.
Existing on Grant Street further down.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it looks all like it belongs together, you know?
Okay, I think we've got it all. I'm going to share my screen just one last time to make sure. So we've been through these conditions regarding the awnings and the roof. Then with regard to the landscaping, it would be amending condition of approval number 9 to require enhanced landscaping along the Grant Street frontage to match the landscaping in place along the Grant Street frontage of the Rock Church. And then staff would add a condition requiring the same color palette be used on the portable buildings as is used on the Rock Church building. Are we capturing your direction? Okay. Eric, Crystal, have we included anything that's completely unworkable here that I should know about in my attempts to be a steno clerk?
No, I think you did a good job capturing it.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take this down now. All right. I won't interrupt any further if you wanted to proceed to a vote. We do have 2 items for you to vote on.
Second. I move that we adopt all those conditions.
I'll second that.
To the conditional use permit, that's your first item.
All right, I've got to find the red agenda. So as detailed in the staff report, adopt the conditional use permit. And as I said, I don't have my.
It's not as
I'll
detailed.
second that.
It's as
There's 2 motions. This is the
There's-
first one.
yes, but it's
I've got it.
okay.
Oh, okay, so we have an alternate A and an alternate B.
So yeah.
Council is so who the project? Okay, so as detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution approving an amendment to the conditional use permit for the operation of Vineyard Academy Christian School.
And does that include the condition amendments and additions we've discussed tonight?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I will second that.
I thought that would be under the design review, but there's 2 of them. Okay, yes.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
and let the record reflect that Mayor Bryan is absent.
And I'll make a second motion as detailed in the staff report with the amendments that we proposed. Adopt a resolution approving the design review for the Vineyard Academy Christian School.
And I will second that.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Aye.
Motion carries with Mayor Bryan absent.
And if you'll give us just one moment to recall the mayor for the next item, we would appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone. At this time, we will move into item B2. Item B2 is a future agenda item request from Councilmember Mendoza related to Planning Commission training and issues. And
Do we have BA1 first?
thank you. I've never done that before, so thank you for getting me back up to speed. Item BA1.
Yes.
Item BA1 is a future agenda item request from Councilmember Mendoza related to tobacco sales. And Councilmember Mendoza, I'll turn it to you.
Yeah, so I think I mentioned it when I brought it up. We know that Antioch is actually going to start prohibiting tobacco sales. And my concern is that we're going to start seeing an influx of smoke shop applications. Like I just saw one on the list the other day. That will be over on Lone Tree by the Little Caesars over there in the car wash. So I think we should be strategic and forward thinking and place a moratorium on tobacco shops. I think we have enough. I have gotten calls on tobacco shops, especially some of them by Liberty, that people are upset about. So if we could place a moratorium until we do our zoning update, because I know we're talking about car washes and gas stations and storage units and things like that. And this is just one other thing that we can talk about in the zoning update. But a moratorium until then, I think, would be smart, given what is going on right next door.
Thank you. At this time, I will open public comments and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
Just share my screen. I received 3 written public comments. 2 were from the May 24th meeting when this item was initially noticed, and we received 1 public comment via email today. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call a name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have 2 hands raised. I'll start with Rod, followed by Eldon Price. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, so tobacco is the only product sold that I know of legally that will kill you if you use it correctly. I don't have a big axe to grind, but I don't see any reason why we need shops that specialize in selling this product. There's plenty of places you can go buy cigarettes or cigars. And so I would support this ban. And I will point out that we have a blanket ban on any kind of marijuana sales in this city. And unlike tobacco, marijuana is not shown to kill anybody. It has no LD50. So I would support this. I don't see any reason why we need to be adding more tobacco shops. It does fit into that category of the other things you guys are going to be considering in the future. And I think a moratorium, especially in light of what's going on in Antioch, is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eldon Price. Eldon, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to be here, and thank you for being here. I was going to speak on it because I was more in the understanding that it was maybe focused towards the flavor ban, not towards smoke shops. As a responsible retailer, we have sites all over California, a few in Brentwood, and the flavor ban has become an issue, and we just wanted to have it postponed till November on that. As from what I hear, I don't think we're pertaining to that. So I don't really have much more to say. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no additional hands raised.
This time I will close public comment, move into council discussion. I do have a question for Councilmember Mendoza. I know that there are some businesses in town that have like cigar lounges and things like that. Is that what we're talking about also, in addition to specifically shops that are designed to sell other kind of tobacco products?
Right now, I was just referring to the tobacco shops, like the smoke shops. Just no more new licenses on those. I know that Antioch is banning everything. They're going to get rid of everything. I'm not there yet. I need to do more research, but I think just putting the brakes on any new licenses of tobacco sales is where I would like to go. I think we do have enough licenses in town. And again, we just got another one. So that's what I was thinking.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, I've already got my thing on this. Councilmember Rary.
Yeah, I'm good with the moratorium on smoke shops. And but you keep saying tobacco sales. There's a difference between tobacco sales and smoke shops.
Yes.
So, and the wording on here is specifically for tobacco sales. So I can understand some of the concerns, like the one email from the AM/PM market who says, you know, you don't need to do that. But yeah, I'm good to go for spend staff time and money to put a moratorium until our zoning update.
Councilmember Meyer.
I would approve a moratorium as well. And I think there is a very clear distinction on, again, the tobacco sales versus the smoke shop. And I think for clarification, at this point, we're not looking at trying to close any shops or prevent the sales of tobacco. All we are doing is preventing, in the meantime, future incoming applications for specifically smoke shops, right? Or did you want to clarify that for the record? Okay. In that case, I would support that.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was right when Councilmember Meyer was speaking, but are we talking about tobacco sales, like, or just tobacco smoke shops? Is that?
That's the question they just asked. It's smoke.
Yeah, smoke shop. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I support that.
And I also do, I know Councilmember Mendoza, you mentioned some of the complaints, and I also have had, I'd be surprised if all of us haven't had some of the severe complaints about some of the issues in the smoke shops. As a resident, I'm happy not to have them at all. There are it's a place where a lot of the high school kids go and hang out, and kids that can't legally purchase tobacco shockingly walk away with tobacco products. And so I'm in total support of the smoke shop moratorium. I do want to make really the clarification, though, between like businesses that have a cigar type lounge as a part of it for adults versus the places that have, I'm not a smoker, but I know that we do have some businesses here in town that could have unintentional consequences for.
You can stop the cigarette sales that's close to my house, so my husband stopped smoking.
Well, Antioch's doing it, so you never know down the road, but let's start with this first.
Yeah, the hookah lounge. I think the hookah lounges are fine for now.
I was just kidding about that, though. I would like him to quit.
I know. So, yeah, and I mean, that's a different conversation considering what's going on in our schools. We all know it's happening everywhere in our schools. So, but we'll address that next. So then I would like to make a motion to have staff spend time and resources on a moratorium on any new smoke shop licenses.
Second.
We have a first and a second.
And we have Damien.
And we have Damien.
I am here this evening. I just haven't been on the camera till now. Just to clarify, when you say licenses, I think you mean just permits. These licenses can imply business licenses, which is a whole different regulatory or tax scheme there. So I think you're just referring to land use entitlements. Is that correct, Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Thank you. And the second agrees with that?
Now, entitlements, what if there's a CUP for tobacco sales? Could they move into could a smoke shop go into a place of business that had more than tobacco there, but they're eligible to have tobacco sales there?
I don't know. I don't know what this is going to look like till we start drafting it.
Okay.
And so we get direction from council. We'll come back to you with a moratorium on this particular land use, and let the council look at it and see if it needs to be adjusted based on what you were thinking of.
And it makes sense, like no more storefronts, right? Like
you're talking about new uses. So
Yeah.
just new uses coming into town. You'd like to put a moratorium in place to give the council and staff the opportunity to study it to see if a permanent ban would be an improvement for the city. Because as you know, the moratoriums are temporary. So as we've done with the most recent moratoriums, we would be coming back to you if we don't get this done in 45 days to continue it for another period of time while we study it. But at some point, it would have to be, a final decision would have to be made. So it may occur before the zoning ordinance is completed, revisions are completed, it may occur, I just don't know what the timing of everything is, but we have certain state requirements we have to follow with regard to moratorium.
Can we also keep our eyes on any pending legislation that might impact this?
We will do that.
And while these are new land uses, I also want to make sure that the conditional use permit is included in that as well.
We can look at the feasibility of doing that. I think Mr. Mayor, I think you have a motion and a second on the floor, and I'm going to turn my camera.
So we do have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
motion carries unanimous.
Okay, item BA2 in the proper order now is a future agenda item request from Council Member Mendoza related to Planning Commission training and issues and consequences of commissioner communications. Councilman Mendoza.
Yes, so this is kind of a big one. I watch our planning commission meetings every 2 weeks when we're not here. I'm watching those. And I think there's something going on where there's certain commissioners that are really quick to push an agenda when they're on that makes me uncomfortable. I think that most of us have a certain opinion on land use. And I might be wrong on this. So when I say training, it's also training for me. My understanding is that a planning commission should kind of reflect the city council and where we want to go. And I think we've all said, I think most of us have said, local control, stick to the general plan, those kind of things. And I've heard things on the planning commission that don't necessarily reflect that. We also had that email from Commissioner Dolcher that he sent out to all of his peers regarding how he was going to vote, unless something changed his mind. And I just think that was highly inappropriate. Whether it's legal, not legal, I don't know. I'm not the attorney, but I feel that that's not something I want to see on our city council. Is someone that would be like me emailing all of you and telling you how I'm going to vote before, unless you change my mind, this is how I'm going to vote. Like that would be highly inappropriate. I don't think any of us would do that. So I don't think we should be okay with someone on planning commission doing that. So I think we need training. I know some of the commissioners are up in November. I don't know if it's because that one to me was pretty bad. So I don't know where to go next. I think we can talk about it, but I think we definitely need to, do we remove Mr. Dolcher? Do we not remove Mr. Dolcher? How do we implement training so that the planning commission is a reflection of city council? And this is a perfect example, right? This one, Amber Lane, Walnut Villas, we have had to call items up because they're just rubber stamping stuff. And it's just, I don't know how to stop the rubber stamping. Like, oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. And then the okay, that's fine turns into a ton of emails and calls from residents who are not happy with what they're seeing. And then they, call us every name in the book. So we just got to put training in place. We got to figure out what to do. Does Mr. Dolcher understand that what he did was highly inappropriate? I've heard one side of it. I haven't heard the other side of it. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Thank you. At this time, we will open public comments. Margaret.
I did not unmute myself. I received no written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature and I'll unmute you. to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I do have one hand raised. Let me go ahead and share my screen. And I'll call on Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, so I will go farther than Councilmember Mendoza. What Mr. Dolter did by sending an email to every other planning commissioner altogether was a blatant violation of the Brown Act. I could point out the law to you. I think you all know the law. It's to the shame of this city council and to this city and to the city manager that Mr. Dolter has not been removed. I've spoken to former planning commissioners, even a former vice mayor, and or at least communicated with them online. And I know what he did was against the law. It just isn't even close. And I suppose you could get the city attorney to tell me something different, but that's, you know, what he is here to do. And I have a great deal of respect for the job that the city attorney does. And believe me, I appreciate the value of that, but still, he is not here to do anything but defend the city. So it's unconscionable. I'm disappointed in every single one of you for not at least calling it to a vote so that the city can see what happened, can understand the illegality of it, and can understand just exactly where each and every one of you, and I mean every one of you, stands on this, because I know he's being protected. It's not right. It's corrupt. What he did was corrupt. He broke the law. He committed a misdemeanor, and he did it to pursue an advantage either for himself or for a friend. This is the definition, the dictionary definition of corruption. We cannot have this in our city. I want you to know that in 1 minute and 9 seconds, my clock is going to be turned off, and that is because of the Brown Act. The Brown Act, we hold sacrosanct here. Everybody complies with it. We all know the rules. It's not easy to comply with it sometimes, but we all know what we have to do. And all the city council members that I regularly communicate with are very, very strict with themselves and with others, and they don't ever cross that line. We just don't, nobody does. And Dolter did it, and there's no way he can claim ignorance of the law, not with his resume. We all supported him because he had a resume. We thought he would know better than to do anything so outlandish, so outrageously illegal. But the man is a lawbreaker. He's corrupt. He needs to go. He needs to go now. And at this point, yeah, I'm kind of done asking and asking and asking. I think I'm just going to go to the DA, and hopefully the statute of limitations hasn't run out. So yeah, again, you've got a lawbreaker on the planning commission. He's very pro-developer. He pushes for everything that he thinks, you know, he has friends who are developers. He just admitted.
The speaker's timer had expired, and I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, we'll close public comment. Councilmember Rary.
So I was the only one who voted against him when it first came on. I agree. He had a great resume. But during the interview, he basically said, he's going to decide whatever he wants to decide. He doesn't care about our general plan. And I tried to bring that up. Nobody listened to me, and it was voted 4-1 that he was approved as a council or as a commissioner. I have serious concerns about him. I mean, just even in the email, you know, he says, well, schools can go anywhere they want. Public schools can go anywhere they want. Some areas of our land use allow schools by right, but not all areas of our, and that one area that we were talking about did not allow schools by right. A technical school for adults was allowed in there because it was supposed to be for a business park, but not for an elementary school. So I stand by what I had said before, and that he doesn't follow our general plan, and that he is he's doing with whatever he wants to do, and I disagree with it. We follow our general plan, and as Councilmember Mendoza had said, we at the council set standards of how we want to direct our city to go. And I think the Planning Commission should be looking at it, because we will be pulling things up, although it's been Councilmember Mendoza who's done it, most of it. But yeah, we will pull things up.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I don't think this needs to be an I told you so moment, just saying. I don't think that's productive. I will say that I understand there are probably people wondering about my connection here. And so I'm just going to outright say I am friends with Mr. Dolter's daughter. That did not play into my decision to vote him on. It was his resume and a phone call I had with him where he assured me that he would protect the quality of life of residents and our city. So I have not agreed with every vote that he's made. I've watched just about every planning commission meeting that we've had. I think it's important for us to keep ourselves informed about what's happening on every commission that we can get access to. I would like to assure people that I'm not, my thoughts tonight are based on very specifically Mr. Dolter and these actions. If anyone thinks that I'm not able to do that, you can ask me to recuse myself, but I don't feel the need to. I can acknowledge I don't think that he votes the way I would vote all the time, if that's something that we're considering here. I'm not sure about an actual removal, because I think it sets a precedent. I do think that there needs to be some kind of action taken. And again, this came to us, I think it was in August, so it has been sitting around a while. I don't know if August was the right month when we first heard about this, but I would agree that it's probably something we should have handled immediately. Frankly, it came to us and then it didn't get brought up again and I forgot. So my apologies for that. I would like to ask if we have done this before, and if so, under what grounds? Do we have any policies in place for removal? If there is a consideration of I think I looked it up, like admonition, sanction, censure, reprimand. I don't know if there are other options here. I don't always think that removal is the first line of defense. I know that we've heard from the city attorney, like our caller expected us to, about whether he considers this to be a Brown Act violation. I would like for him to speak on that. I agree it was a highly, highly inappropriate thing to do. I don't think it's happened since then, but I'd like to hear that too, if we have heard anything from April. And I'll have more to say in a minute. I just wanted to start the conversation by saying my goal here is to be unbiased on this and to hear all sides and to look at it as I would any kind of removal from a planning commission when that commissioner is due for potentially not being renewed. And I wanted to mention one more thing. There was an Antioch situation we're probably all aware of, where a commissioner was removed from planning. I hated what that planning commissioner did. I think it was hugely inappropriate for him to make public comments the way he did. I don't know that it affected him as a planning commissioner. And I think honestly that our society right now is a little heavy duty on the instead of trying to fix things, let's just get people gone. I think recall is another example of that. So I'm going to be listening to both sides on this. I came into this just wanting to be a part of the conversation and to put it out there that I'm going to be unbiased. Thank you.
Councilmember Ray.
Mr. Floor started off saying that we all thought, based on his resume, we all thought that was where mine came from, is that I didn't agree with it. So your little punch at the beginning of yours was really not called for.
I'm sorry, I felt like yours was a punch, Karen. I was just responding to that.
And the ordinance, well, I said what I said back then, and it didn't change my mind. I've got the same opinion now that I did back then. And it's not an I told you so, it's I haven't changed my mind. And we do have an ordinance. It is in our planning commission, not an ordinance. We have a Brentwood municipal code that talks about the removal of a commissioner. It's in every single one of the commissioners' municipal code, and the removal of, you can go, I believe, straight to the mayor to talk to him about it and then ask for to be put on the agenda. The mayor can remove it, can put it on the agenda himself if he feels that there's a need, or council member, as in what Councilmember Mendoza has done, has brought it to all of us. So yes, it's for all commissioners, just not for planning commissioners. And has been, I don't think that's anything new. I know we changed a few things in all the commissioners things, but and I do believe we've removed, but Damian may be able to answer that as one of the longer standing employees with the city, but I'm pretty sure we have removed. And I don't know if it was a planning commissioner or a park commissioner or some type of commissioner, but I believe we have removed one in the past.
And my questions were actually for, if Damien, if you could answer some of those, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Of course. Mr. Mayor, is it okay for me to answer the questions now, or would you like the Vice Mayor to speak first?
If we could allow the Vice Mayor to speak and myself, and then any questions that arise, you could do it wholesale. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, actually, I know Councilmember Meyer asked a couple of good questions from Damien, so I actually was going to go back to that and hear what Damien has to say in the violation, if this is something that's severe, or is it something that, with some training. I think that Councilmember Mendoza has mentioned training for them, that maybe that would be good, but also, has it happened again? I haven't heard anything since then. I know it's almost a year. It's been quite some time, but one, has it happened again? Number two is, from the attorney, is it something that, is that severe to remove them? And at the same time, if we're looking at training, maybe this is something that could help him understand that this is not something he should be doing. So.
Also, I want to say that the request as written, I'm in complete support of staff. This is not a motion yet, but I am in complete support, and for a couple of reasons. One, it's been brought to my attention that some of the training provided at a state level has given direction that historically previous councils, most if not all previous councils, had pretty clear expectations of planning commissioners, and those expectations have changed over time as a community, as a council, and even the training that they're getting at state levels are asking them to operate differently than they have been expected to operate in the past. I think it would be very beneficial for us as a council and as a city, and for planning commission as well, to all be very clear what the expectations of planning commissioners are, how we want them to use the filters within the limitations of being a planning commissioner. I also pay attention to some of not only our planning commissions, but other cities' planning commission meetings. I'll tell you that overall, I am very, very proud to serve with our council members, and the way that the vast majority of the meetings go as far as the level of professionalism and mutual respect that is shown, in spite of the fact that often we have very diverse opinions. But and you carry yourselves this way in public and in these meetings. You carry yourself with respect that we do owe our residents. They ask us, they elect us to represent them, and we have absolutely wonderful, amazing people in our community that carry themselves with dignity, and we owe them to carry ourselves with the same dignity. That involves our decision-making process. Earlier in the meeting, I caught myself laughing out loud and didn't realize my mic was on when Council Member Mendoza passionately expressed her stand that I completely agree with, but I was just imagining her standing in front of the state legislature with that same passion. That will get someone's attention. But I think it would be very beneficial for this request to have staff bring all of these things back, because I agree. I think that all of our commissions need to be held to the same high standard of behavior that the law requires, and that our city council exhibits. And I firmly believe in free speech. One of the greatest powers of our First Amendment is that our rights of free speech don't end when someone is offended at us, but that's where they begin. We don't need protection for people that agree with everything we say, but the right to free speech is the right to speak out and disagree and be heard on an equal playing field. And I think that we need to engender that kind of culture here, as well as make sure that there are clear lines of expectations and clear lines of repercussions. And I'd like for staff to be free to bring that back to us. Councilmember Mendoza.
I think the part I'm struggling, and I did talk to Dave about this item. Like he said, if it included removing Dolcher, that was the verbiage was fine with discussing removing Commissioner Dolcher. And I think my concern is, like Councilmember Rary said, he really doesn't care about our general plan. And even today when we were on our call earlier, and he said, I talked to my developer friends, like I just have really big concerns, and I voted for him and I was wrong. Karen, I was wrong. I'll take that one. I was wrong. But we gave him a chance, and it's like time and time again, Commissioner Dolcher has shown that people say our general plan is the Bible, for our city. And we hold it to a really high regard here, our general plan. Like that's important. We research it, we quote it, like we know how important it is. I don't think that he weighs it the same as we do. So I think this is twofold. I think number one, we need an item that we sit down and discuss. Do we want to remove Commissioner Dolcher based on his behaviors? And I mean, if I was asked now, I would say yes. I'd say he can go. And it's not because it's this cancel culture. It's because he time and time again has proven he doesn't respect the general plan, right? It's not one thing he said. It's not one email. The email was the public thing that people saw. But if people were to watch him in every single meeting, you would see there's more to that. So that's one item on here. The other one is, yes, I think we need training, because we are way more detailed than I think that our planning commission is used to. And again, I don't want to have to be calling items. I don't want to have to add it to our workload when it shouldn't be part of our workload, right? Like we entrusted them with the job, and there are certain commissioners that have failed us. And you can watch those meetings and see who is detailed and who isn't. And I keep finding that the ones that aren't usually outvote the ones that are, because it's easy to do. Just vote it, rubber stamp it, let's go. So I don't know if I have the votes. Okay, for the one thing for training, I think that we all agree we want to do some training. I don't know if I have the votes to remove Commissioner Dolcher, but I think that we need to have a meeting and discuss it. And not only because it's Commissioner Dolcher, but because we are going to, in November, be putting in place new commissioners. And we need to set the tone of what is acceptable and what is not. and what's important to us as council members and what's not. So again, I don't know if I have the votes. If I did, then this motion would be twofold. One is training and the expectations from the council, not just the state, right? Because Lord knows that I'm not respecting what the state wants from us, because they would just have us walk away from planning if it was up to them. And then the second part would be removing Commissioner Dolcher.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. And I think that is a very good point, because I think the decision about potential removal of Dolter is not simply around an email that was sent over a year ago that we found out about last year. And I think that's part of what needs to be brought up. If he does get removed, if we decide as a group to remove him, it isn't just that. It isn't just that one thing, because I think that one thing was a huge mistake. It was highly inappropriate. It was a very, he should not have done it. And I agree with Mr. Fuller about how we should have immediately reprimanded him about that. If we're talking about other decisions that maybe are not made with the same lens that we as a council are making, he's not the only one doing that. And again, this might be part of a different discussion. There is another commissioner I can think of that doesn't question anything, that doesn't show up half the time, never raises a voice at all. And I mean, I think the training is a huge, for me, the training is a bigger part of this than anything else, because clearly our expectation is different from their expectation, and it should be aligned. And I think that we need to be a lot more clear about it. As far as the Dolter thing, I'm still on the fence. I absolutely get what you're saying. And I think we did need to acknowledge that it was more than just the one thing that was highly inappropriate. But I did also want to hear a little bit more from Damien about those other questions on that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I go back to, I think the training's important. In regards to the commissioner that we're talking about, I guess I'd like to know if there's more incidents similar to that's happened. But also at the same time, I think it's good that there's people that are not going to always agree with each other, right? Just like the council, right? We all come with different perspectives and different ways of seeing things. So I think that's healthy, but also, if it's something that's, crossing the line like you did with this situation, obviously that's not acceptable. But I think it's healthy sometimes that we see things differently, because I think it brings a deeper conversation and a deeper perspective. So I agree and disagree with that.
It's not a matter of seeing things differently. It's a matter of not respecting the general plan. Like, I'm fine. Like, you want horizontal sighting, I want vertical sighting. That's a difference, right? Or I don't, but when it's the general plan says X and you're like, not important, don't care what the general plan says, or, it's that kind of stuff. Or where he, like the technical school, it specifically says in our general plan, technical school. And Commissioner Dolcher threw that out the door and is like, oh, well, no, an elementary might be the same, but it's not. Like, if you read the general plan, it's not. So I just don't think he respects our general plan. I think he's been in, he said it today, his friends are the developers. So because that is his world, he feels that he knows more than we do and knows what's better for us. When I don't think that's the case. I think our residents have reached out to us and told us what they want. It was very clear with the Measure L, 71 to 29% what our residents want. So it's not that they disagree, because we're not all going to agree. You and I don't agree all the time, but I think we get to the right place. Him is just a complete, no respect for the general plan. So
do you think it's maybe a training when it comes to the general plan and training in regards to how to conduct yourself during the meetings? I don't know. Have we made, my thing is that I think I go back to what Councilmember Meyer said earlier is that, the first thing a lot of us do nowadays, right, is to remove people, right? Instead of, maybe it's a training, maybe it's giving them an opportunity to go through that. Now, if it continues after that, then that's a different story, right? But have we given an effort to try to do a training or get him to understand these are not the things, this is not the way that we operate, kind of a thing, right? I'm just saying that because if we have, then obviously.
On meetings, people have made comments to him, this is not the way we do it in Brentwood. So like, because I watch every planning commission meeting, he clearly knows the way we do them in Brentwood and the way we don't. But again, because this has been his job for years, and that's the other disheartening thing is he knows planning, he knows it, and he knows the laws, and he gets like, I think he just like gets so close, and he knows what to do and what not to do. And if given the choice, I think that what I've seen sometimes is he chooses the applicant over the residents. And that's not a training thing. That's a persona thing. I don't think you can train that out of somebody.
And this isn't his first time being a planning commissioner. He was a planning commissioner for how many years in Danville? I think it was Danville. And so it's not like he's new to the job. He has the Brown Act training behind him. He knows better. And he knows what is, when you get onto the planning commission, you go for training. There is a planning commission training through the League of California Cities. And so not only has he had a refresher course through, well, I hope that the city has done it, and maybe that's the question for staff, but he's already gone through that training before through the city of Danville. So I think it's something that maybe bringing examples to, I think moving it forward and bringing in examples for the entire council to see what the problems are, and then make a decision based on that, versus this meeting, which was to say, do we want to bring it back again? So I would say move forward with getting more training for them and moving forward for more formal discussion on Commissioner Dalter and the concerns that we have.
Yeah, another example, Vice Mayor, I think even before I was on council, the mantra is we need commercial, we need commercial, we need commercial. And he was so quick to give up our commercial. Like, to me, I was sitting there going, like, isn't this what we need? Because like, we need to get off the developer crack and bring in like sales revenue and, it's tax revenue. And so it's just, I mean, yeah, there's plenty of examples I think we can bring,
Councilmember Mike.
I think that's a fair way to move forward. I think that I don't think it's going to be an issue to find examples that support some thoughts on this. I still would like to hear Damien respond to some of the other issues that we've discussed, but I think it's a fair idea. I think that Councilmember Rary brought up to bring it forward with more specifics about that. But I also wonder, when it comes to the training, is that going to be another one that we have a full discussion on and have back and forth about what we think we'd like to have included?
But if he watches our meetings, he should know, like, just.
No, I'm talking about the training part of that, I mean.
Damien, if you could respond, that would be greatly appreciated.
It would have been on earlier, but I kept seeing hands being raised, and I wanted to let you all finish your discussion. I see no hands, so I wrote down as many of the questions as I could, and I'll try and cover them the best way that I can. The first question, or just from a legal standpoint for the removal process, Councilmember Rary's right. The municipal code does permit this. The last time I looked at our code, it hasn't been updated since you adopted the most recent regulations for the Planning Commission, but it's fairly similar to what you've had in the past. And this is section 2.44.040. You adopted this back in, I believe, sometime last year, but it just says section A, removal from office. A member of the Planning Commission may be removed from office by a majority vote of the City Council. That's all it takes. It doesn't require anything more than that. It doesn't require reasons. You can just remove someone from the Planning Commission. And it's similar for the rest of your commissions as well, similar language. there. From the historical side of things, yes, I'm one of the more longstanding employees of the city. And I have to say, I don't recall, since I've been here, a planning commissioner being removed. It may have occurred before I arrived. If there's been times where it's come close, I believe the commissioners in question were so close to the end of their term that the council just decided, or whoever might have been concerned about a particular commissioner, just opted to let them term out. And so again, I don't remember. I don't think Mr. Nolthenius is still on the line. He's been here longer than I have, but I don't recall that ever occurring since I've been here. There was also a question: Has Mr. Dolter has there been similar emails sent since the one that you've all been discussing? No, as far as I'm aware, no, there has not been. That was a one-time email. So I'm not sure if I've missed some of the questions. I guess one thing to clarify, the way this was agendized, this was your time if you wanted to make a decision to remove someone. This would be the time that you could ask staff to come back with a more, just an agenda item where you're taking that vote. This wasn't the time to take the vote, but to have staff come back with that. I believe Councilmember Meyer had raised some possibility of something short of removal. And while there are no specific policies related to the Planning Commission on that, the council does have policies in your ethics policy regarding different options that you might employ if one of you violated a city policy, not state law, but a city policy. And it could be, as she said, admonition, which is just reminding the entire body that certain behaviors, shouldn't be tolerated. A sanction would involve a violation of policy where it's serious, but it doesn't rise to a higher level. And it's just reminding the particular commissioner, or actually the particular council member, it would be your policy of the fact that this was a violation and it's not expected to do it again. And then there's a censure procedure, which is actually a penalty, a punishment for the most serious and most egregious of violations of a city policy. And the council could also, if they wanted to, do a resolution of a reprimand or things of that sort. So there are other options there, but there's no specific guidance for a particular commissioner in this instance. This is something that's not in a policy, but it's something I think you could do as the council, just given your broad authority to appoint and to remove members of the commission. And I can talk a little bit about the training aspect that you've discussed. Certainly, what I jotted down, sort of two different types of trainings. One on council expectations of what they would like to see from their commissioners and what they'd like their commissioners to do or not do. More on the actual work of the commission. And the other training, it sounded to me that more ethics training as a second element of that. So those were the training notes that I jotted down, and certainly I think both of those could be provided. I don't know if this is the year where the commissioners do their AB 1234 training, which is the 2 hours of ethics training. I think it is. I'd have to consult with the city clerk on that if this is the year, in which case all the commissioners and all the council members would be having this training later in the fall. And I'll stop here and see what I've missed and what other questions you might have.
To the council, is all of that encompassed in what Damien just brought? Our requests? And if so, do we have a motion?
Well, I guess the training part, yeah, it's another meeting we're gonna have, but yeah, I'd like to talk about training and conversation around expectations of our planning commissioners. But then the other portion of it is, I think we need a meeting to talk about Commissioner Dolter specifically, because yes, some are quiet, they don't say anything, which I don't like either. But I feel like Mr. Dolter's behaviors are more hurtful to our city than not saying anything. And I'm concerned with projects coming up where we could end up. So I don't know if I have a second for those two different items.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Could I get a roll call vote, please? Damien, you have something?
Mayor,
You're
just
on.
really quick, and just so I could understand the motion. The motion is in regards to the training, and then also having a separate meeting specifically for a specific commissioner, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damien, earlier you were on mute. I noticed that you were talking.
The lips were moving, words were coming out of the mouth, but no one heard the brilliance that I said. I'll never be able to repeat it. Just to clarify, it's as the vice mayor just asked, two parts of the motion. And if you wanted, you could split the motion up. But if you want to keep both parts as one, the first part is to have staff come back with a discussion for the council to talk about commissioner training. And are we talking just the planning commission? I believe. I think that's what's agendized. So it really is just the planning commission we're talking about for this meeting. And is it a combination of the training related to council expectations as well as ethical issues, or is it more the expectation component, knowing that they would have ethics training through just state requirements?
I would say it's just expectations. I believe that they know what ethically is required and not required, and some chose not to follow it, right? Like,
okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. With regard to that, I think one approach, and just to see if the council is, if this makes sense to the council, is just based on some of the discussions I heard. I don't know if there's unanimity on what that training should look like and what the expectations are. So it would seem to me that the first step would be the council to have a discussion of what your expectations are, so then staff can better approach it. I don't want to speak too much for staff, so I know the city manager's on the line as well as a community development director. If they have anything to add to the training component option, feel free, and if not, we'll move to the next part of the motion.
can we all send you an email as to what our expectation is, and then you take all 5 of our feedback, and if it makes sense, you move forward. If not, we have a meeting and we go through it.
I would rather not receive an email, individual emails from the council where there's an expectation. I'm going to take the information you provided me and turn it into something, because some might say that is getting close to Brown Act issues. And so I think it'd be better for the council to discuss that as a body and make those determinations of what you're looking for. Is it a body that does follow the council's direction on certain big picture issues? Is it one where you want them to have a more independent view of things, where where it'll be a more robust discussion? Maybe they're not mutually exclusive, those two items, but those are the things I think staff would want to know from the council before any training is provided to commissioners. So
I'd like them to follow the general plan. That kind of lays it out on what's expected.
Yeah.
Understood. And then the second part of the motion is to come back for a further discussion on Commissioner Dolter specifically, and whether to remove him from the Planning Commission.
Yes.
Okay. And is that the maker of the motion? Is that do you concur?
I concur.
Okay. And I guess I should have said, I'm sorry, and does the second concur? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
motion carries unanimous.
Okay, and we have come to the final request for a motion of adjournment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Rary,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mayor Bryant,
Aye.
motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. We are adjourned.